मेरा जीपीयू कितना यूज़ हो रहा है भाई।
क्या जी?
ठीक है, यूट्यूब पे ही हूँ। यूट्यूब का भेजू लिंक।
पैर के जीते हुए पैर दिखा ले। पैर आए उधर बस उठी हो।
मेरा जीपीयू कितना यूज़ हो रहा है भाई।
पैर निकाले दरवाजे के अंदर से देख।
लो भाई से भाई,
हाँ भाई।
लिंक भेज दिया। म्यूट हो रहा हूँ।
इंडियन गेमिंग, इंडियन निगा गेमिंग लिखा गया।
पागल हो क्या यार। देखते हैं कहाँ से आता हूँ। यार बहुत सारा जीपी यूज़ हो रहा है यार। इसका बंद करो। तो भी बंद हो तो चलेगा। बाकी सब ठीक है। ये पैन केक के लिरिक्स हटाओ। तेरा बाबा हरी पत्ती पे लगा के डैफ हो गया। यार इसको हरा देना।
We really picked the hornet's nest, didn't we? Yeah, we kicked it, punched it, and set it on
अबे
fire.
मेरे वो गायब हो गया। ओ, क्या हो रहा है? ये क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? अच्छा ई क्यों दबा रहा हूँ? किस साइड जा रहा है? मैं चलना। क्या पढ़ाई है भाई, क्या बंदा है?
Down one! Found on fire!
भाई हेल्थ चाहिए।
God, Nathan!
चलो भाई, ये भी ले लेते हैं। इधर कुछ है नहीं। इधर आएंगे और अरे नो 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 नो।
Trouble now!
और
God damn it, Nate. I can hear the fireworks from here. What the hell's going on?
Long story. Short version is get us the hell out of here.
Yeah, figured. Hold tight. Be there as soon as I can.
किधर क्या? इधर नहीं चढ़ेगा। अरे सीधा रास्ता है, तो मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ? किधर जाना चाहिए? नीचे नीचे, यहाँ बंदे आएंगे सा। ओह वेट, लोडिंग।
What's the turret?
ओह फक करे। क्या बचा? टर्रेट ही बचा। अच्छा ये था। निकलवा हाँ ले, बचा है खाली टर्रेट। ये क्या टर्रेट?
Show yourself!
उसके
I'll get around him! That's it! Let's keep moving!
अच्छा टर्रेट पे बंदा बैठा था, वो मर गया। वो अच्छा ये फाइनल सारा टर्रेट नहीं था
Oh
क्या?
shit, Sam! Sniper! Find cover!
ओ फक, स्नाइपर। पर है किधर ही स्नाइपर? है किधर ही स्नाइपर?
Oi!
अबे चल।
Up there! Blow him up!
वो आखिरी से
पर टॉम क्रूज की तरह नहीं खेलता तू। जॉन विक बन जा लटकते लटकते गोलियां।
फक लटक जा। कर रिलोड। तीन ही गोलियां हैं। भारा। अरे नीचे नहीं आना था। भाई यार जब पिस्टल यूज अबे कोई
Going somewhere? Got one bastard right here! Nice work!
कुछ तो होंगे यहाँ स्नाइपर्स के होंगे। ओए मेरी स्नाइपर कहाँ गई? ओए यार स्नाइपर बढ़िया यार, स्नाइपर चाहिए। तो एक भी अच्छा चलो मिल गई एक। अब किधर जाना है? यहाँ से नीचे। एक तो सामने रास्ता था, उधर चेक करके आते हैं। बंदे तो है नहीं कोई, तो चेक करिए। इधर भी नहीं है कोई रास्ता। इधर चढ़ सकता हूँ? नहीं, मतलब उधर ही आना है।
it! Don't stop! Is this how it always is for you? No! That's kind of. Yeah. Yes. Yes, definitely.
मिल गई स्नाइपर स्नाइपर नहीं है मार्क्समैन
That one! God, wasn't Victor saying the weather is lovely this time of year? I can't see shit! Just keep heading down until we hit the water!
पिस्तौल बोले थे भाई पिस्तौल वहाँ से बोले रिवर
अबे कहाँ है सब?
नहीं है सर
हेलो हेलो
नहीं है चलो वो सारी मैं तो म्यूट हूँ वैसे भाई बोला यार
Sam! Down here!
Fuck.
Keep moving! Gotta get past these guys! You're in trouble now! Good one.
मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ यार भाई भाई गाली मत बकना सॉरी भाई कदों की तरह कूद गया नीचे
Gotta get past these guys!
Fuck away. अबे भागना
Too close! Shot. Look down.
निकल सारे
Boys, they're shooting at my plane. Hurry the hell up, or your ride's gonna stink.
ये गन ही ठीक है यार
एक बार ये तरबूज खा के देखियो बेकार है ना
Fuck away. गुड शॉट तो बोले पर जाऊं कहाँ हाँ यहाँ कहीं कोई रास्ता यहाँ से जाना है क्या नहीं यार अच्छा ओ पीछे फक नहीं हूँ
Here we go. Now, get ready. Oh, this is gonna stop.
किधर प्लेन पे मरिए मत मरिए मत मरिए मत
Get her going.
व्हाट नो वे मैं वहीं जाके मर गया फक भाई बहुत बुरा रुकना नहीं जरा रुक गया था
Now, get ready. Oh, this is gonna stop.
अच्छा हो रहा
Ollie, get her going. Quick.
Let's go यार मैं नाम भूल गया सलीमा सुलेमान पता नहीं ऐसे था कुछ
That was a close one, huh?
तो भाई बहुत
Shut
बढ़िया
up my
बहुत बढ़िया
goddamn plane, Mason.
सुलेमान
fine,
हाँ भाई
thanks.
बहुत बढ़िया
How
था
soon can you get us to
भाई
Madagascar?
इतनी बार मरा हूँ मैं
No
इस वाले
treasure,
में
Not
मजा
yet.
आ गया पूरा करके
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, we're rich.
Jesus. Suppose it's a start. You think the rest is in Madagascar?
Well, there was a chamber back there with a giant map of Madagascar on the floor, so yeah, it's probably there.
This is beginning to smell a whole lot like wild goose, kid.
Look, the treasure was never in Scotland, okay?
Then what was the point of all that, huh? Of the St. Dismas
Look,
cross?
it's like I said. I think Avery was recruiting people. The cross was an invitation. The caves were just some sort of initiation.
Oh, so we all passed, huh? Congrats, Victor. We get eye patches and parrots now.
I don't get it. Why the hell would they go to all that bother just to weed people out?
To protect himself. Look, Avery was the most wanted man in the world at that time. He had to enlist people that he could trust in order to keep their treasure secret.
What do you mean, their treasure?
Just think about this. Thomas, too, was a successful pirate in his own right.
अच्छा
What would he possibly stand to gain from joining Avery? I think Avery sent out crosses only to the other wealthy pirates like himself. What if they pooled and hid all their treasure together?
That would make the Gunsway Hall look like chump change.
Exactly.
ये वाला बहुत भाई ये तो कुछ crazy shit है
Okay, so where exactly in Madagascar are we going?
Kings Bay. It was an old pirate haven back in Avery's time.
I know it well. It's a big place. Anything more specific?
Well, that map chamber completely caved in, so, you know. What are you laughing about?
The people who survived the caves, the recruits. What's the one thing they would have left with?
There's a volcano on this.
There's a volcano near Kings Bay. Which means we need to get a move on.
सोनी भाई प्रमोशंस ये बहुत बढ़िया है बार बार बस सोनी सोनी
Hey. Hey, Nate.
Hi, honey.
Oh, hi. I've been trying to get a hold of you. Are you okay?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Well, you know, the news. There's been all that flooding. Maybe going to Malaysia during the monsoon season wasn't such a good idea.
Yeah, right. Right, yeah, it grounded us for sure. You know, had some equipment failure, but, you know, no one's hurt or anything.
Well, as long as you guys are safe. So, are you going to start work tomorrow?
Postponed, actually. Looks like we're gonna need maybe another 10 days or so.
Ugh, 10 days.
भाई
Hey,
इसको बता देना
why don't
चाहिए
I
यार
just
अपनी वाइफ को
go ahead and buy a ticket then?
जब ये भी इसी के
you
साथ
don't
थी
have
तो
to do
लाइक
that.
समझ
That's
सकती
fine.
है
I
कि इसको
mean,
भाई को
These
बचाना
guys
है
always
इसलिए
overestimate things. I'm sure it'll be less time than that.
Okay, well, you know, don't rush. Make sure that you're safe.
Oh, I will. Always do. Listen, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Jameson's calling me over.
Okay.
मेरे को लग रहा है इसे पता है
Love you too.
What are the satellites saying, Victor?
Right now, not a goddamn thing. I lost the signal.
Hey, you know what never loses signal? Paper. All right, this route right here should take us straight to the volcano. Might get a little bumpy, though.
Let's get the show on the road.
अच्छा हम गाड़ी चलानी है
So, what are we looking for out here?
Well, the map shows all these structures around the volcano. Some abandoned outposts, a handful of watchtowers.
Watchtowers?
Avery was the most wanted man in the world, so if he was hiding something out here, it makes sense he'd need lookouts.
One of those towers is right on the volcano.
With Avery's treasure.
Fingers crossed.
I see some ruins up ahead.
Wait here, I'll go take a look.
अच्छा यहीं तक जाना था क्या भाई?
Oh, Victor. Still do a lot of traveling these days?
I try. I tend to pick jobs that get me away from the computer.
Yeah, I was telling Nathan it's shocking how much of the business has moved to the internet. I mean, I bet you have all sorts of options.
Not much to see here.
Yeah, sure, but I prefer talking to clients face to face. Get a good read on it.
वैसे भविष्य जैसा आपने कही थी ना कि लाइक यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी फाइट आने वाली है, उतना मज़ा नहीं आया मेरे उसमें। ठीक थे बट उतनी भी नहीं। चलो चढ़ाई हो गई क्या?
Hey, what can I say? We were getting lonely.
Hey, so with our luck, what are the odds this volcano is going to erupt on us?
0. It's extinct. Trust me, that's the first thing I looked up when we said we were heading for a volcano. That and where to rent the cheapest 4x4.
Wait, Sully, you're telling me that you actually did some research?
Can't let you be the know-it-all every time, kid.
भाई देख बढ़िया थी पर तू मर बहुत बार गया ना तो तेरे को वैसे वो कॉन्टिन्यूस एक्सपीरियंस नहीं आया।
अरे भाई मैं सही कह रहे हो पर वो बात नहीं है, मतलब मेरे को ना मतलब फुलफिल नहीं हुआ उस फाइट से। मेरे को मज़ा बहुत आया पर मेरे को समझ आ गया कि लाइक वहाँ पे करना भी नहीं चाह रहे थे वो फुलफिल। वो तो मतलब स्टोरी से तो बहुत अच्छा कनेक्शन था बट वही है कि एक फाइट नहीं थी।
That bridge there is what you would call rickety.
अच्छा ब्रिज है, अच्छा ये ब्रिज, ब्रिज पे जाना है क्या?
हाँ मतलब पहली फाइट है इतनी बड़ी, इसके अंदर आगे जाके और बहुत बड़ी गन फाइट्स हैं।
Hey, Nathan, maybe you want to ease up?
भाई थोड़ा रास्ता बताओगे जाना क्या है? नदी को फॉलो करो क्या?
You gotta get up to that bridge. All right, hang on, guys.
भाई देख मुझे याद नहीं, कर ले फॉलो नदी को, घूम ले।
अच्छा नहीं लगता।
Try going up that hill. We can get to the bridge that way.
तीन बंदों को लेकर। ओह ये भी ना।
Would you look at that? A secret cave behind a waterfall. Gentlemen.
भाई तुम मानेगा इस गेम में रेट रेसिंग नहीं है।
7? So Victor,
क्या ये?
what is it that you know King's Bay so well, huh?
Well, first time out here for a swap.
Again, of course.
It's a note.
Maybe. First, let's wrap this up.
ओके हो गया भाई।
मैं तो यहाँ आया ही नहीं यार, मेरे को पता ही नहीं यहाँ गया है, मैं आया ही नहीं था यहाँ पे।
अरे मैं यहाँ क्या कर रहा हूँ फिर? अच्छा ओके तो यहाँ पे तो कुछ है नहीं। ओ दोनों तरफ तो यहाँ से रास्ता ही नहीं है।
All right, let's get moving.
A little warning next time.
Guess the first time in years I've had 2 showers in one day.
इस गेम के ग्राफिक्स टेक्सचर्स कितने अच्छे हैं भाई।
मैंने लो कर रखे हैं तब भी। ऊपर जाना कैसे है? अरे अरे वहाँ कहाँ भाग दिया यार। मुझे वहाँ उस ब्रिज पे जाना है, उसके लिए रास्ता इधर आगे ही होना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत आगे नहीं था भैया। लेकिन यहाँ से तो रास्ता
Who made these cairns? Must be a trail marker. Let's keep an eye out for them. This looks promising. Come on, baby. Let's go, 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 go. Made it.
Okay, kid. Just don't drop us.
It's all up to the bridge, Sally.
Hey, just keep it slow. Keep it in the center. Yeah, there's a lot of backseat driving going on right now. It's gonna be fine. What do you suppose the weight limit? Ah! We're good. Everything's good.
Jesus Christ. Onward and upward.
We're getting nowhere fast. You need traction here. Nathan, the rocks. I got it.
Don't spin out now.
Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this. There we go. Ha
Wow.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my spine.
On my spine, अब बुड्ढे इधर से किधर इधर तो नदी आ गई पर ये तो भागना है पत्थर लग रखा है झरने से नीचे इसे करने को जाना यार
I'm gonna scout around.
पत्थरों पे चढ़ा दे
Love this weather.
Yeah, bit humid.
That car won't fit through here. Gotta be a way through somehow.
इस तरफ से तो कोई नहीं आ सकता, उधर से दिख रहा है कुछ रास्ता। अबे वो ये क्या है? ओ बेटे ये क्या था?
Tire tracks. Someone came up this way. We're gonna do the same.
ये मिल गया रास्ता।
This thing come with airbags? Parachutes?
Hey, look up there on the hill. Got a tower or something.
Now we're talking.
Okay. अबे उतर क्यों गया?
Hey, Victor, what were you arguing with the rental guy about?
Oh, your brother insisted on getting a 4x4 with a winch.
So you sprung for the winch, but you couldn't spring for the suspension. I got it.
Hey, it's important. Going off-road, it might rain, might be muddy.
How did we go through this whole goddamn thing and never use that winch?
All right, hang on tight.
Oh, shit!
Whoa, hey!
You take this slow, kid.
Yeah.
ओए वो क्या था?
So Nathan, you're thinking Avery, too, and some other big shot pirates pulled their treasure and came out here because... why exactly?
Who knows? Maybe for protection? British authorities were closing in on them.
Sure. Maybe, he helped them disappear. I mean, the guy clearly had a knack for hiding things.
अरे भाई यार क्या इधर नीचे अच्छा टावर
Let's go check out that tower.
I'll come with. It's in pretty good shape for something several hundred years old.
Yeah. They're definitely ruins from Avery's era. Sam, look.
ये कहाँ से चढ़ गया?
Christopher Condon's sigil is captain of the Fiery Dragon, operated out of Madagascar around Avery's time. So maybe Avery recruits pirate captains to, what, be his lookouts? That don't make any sense.
No, doesn't.
Well, maybe each captain was responsible for a tower, along with providing the men for it. Whatever the case, this certainly isn't our final stop on our tour.
बात तो सही कह रहा है वैसे कि लाइक क्यों ही वो क्या भाई सान विल्डर बीस्ट है विल्डर बीस्ट हो गया सैम चलें कहाँ है वे
Go.
And no.
पर फिर यहाँ से तो गाड़ी आई जाएगी नहीं आगे
That's much too slippery. Time to come up with a plan B here.
ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा और उसको खींचना पड़ेगा आई थिंक कीचड़ में जाता है
Got some big plans for this winch. There. That ought to do it.
Well, that looked like fun.
Steeper than it looks. All right, ready?
Give it a shot.
Here we go. Steady. Steady.
अब आ रहा है जब ऊपर आने पर नहीं आया
See, Sully? Winch. Totally worth it.
We cleared a hill. It hasn't exactly paid for itself.
Well, not yet. Small victories.
Yeah, well, I'll celebrate the big ones.
Feast your eyes, gentlemen. Wow.
Spectacular.
Just imagine, you've come here, a well-to-do pirate far away from your oppressive government.
Oh, poor oppressed pirates. All they wanted to do was to murder and pillage in peace.
No, they wanted to live as free men.
Well, if you're gonna pick a place to run away from society, you could do a lot worse than here.
It's taken forever to get to this volcano.
Patience, Victor, patience. Do you know how those pirates got here? They had to start in England, sail to Brazil, then cut back across the Atlantic to South Africa.
Sam.
And they figured all that out with paper, charts, and by looking at the stars.
Hey, you're describing sailing to a form of squid.
The point is, we got it pretty easy.
Yeah. Well, it's still taking a long time.
एक से अभी मैंने लिटिल छोटी डिटेल देखी है बंदा गियर अपने आप डाल रहा है गाड़ी में होता ना जीटे वगैरह में गियर का सिस्टम में होता है वो अपने आप चलते रहते हैं पर यहाँ पे
Sorry, bump.
हम ही नहीं होते अपने आप
Oh, would you look at that?
Oh, shit! Stop! Stop!
ये क्या है
Sam.
रेफ क्या रेफ आ गया क्या यहाँ पे
What do we got?
नो वे
Military types poking around.
Nadine's guys?
Yep. Son of a bitch.
Looks like they found an old colony outpost.
But the wrong one.
That's the good news.
And that means it's bad news.
The only route to the volcano is straight through them.
You have the drop on.
What's the
और
play
कह
you're
रहा है
making?
इसका स्क्रीनशॉट रख मैं ऐसे भी तो कर सकती हूँ मैं इनको लेके अपना पोर्टफोलियो की वीडियो बना सकती हूँ
एक सेकेंड
वीडियो का लिंक
म्यूट
Just follow my lead.
पैदल जाना पड़ेगा ओहो स्नाइपर्स ओहो 2 बंदे चाहता हम सीधा गाड़ी घुसेड़ देंगे हम करता है ऐसा भी सकते हैं तरीका नहीं है इसको इधर बुलाने का कि लाइक कॉइन वगैरह फेंक के हिटमैन की तरह
Shit. What was that?
आना इधर
Yeah. All right then.
उनका चालू फाइट तुम दोनों मार लोगे मैं तो मार दूंगा
No way I imagined that.
मारना कितने मार लिया? अरे आगे स्नाइपर बनाने पड़ेंगे फिर तो।
How's it? You have that dungus hooked up yet? We're all set up. Just waiting on approval from Nadine to blow it. Good. Wait for it's empty. I'd like to get it over with and move on. How long we posted? Yeah. All orders come in. Any news from the other sites? Nothing yet. We call them and let them know we're ready. Orders are to sit tight, so we sit tight. Waste of resources. Just put me in charge. I'll get the whole thing done in half the time.
Wait.
Last time you handled it explode.
What was it?
Hey, you hear me? Over here! In the Good work.
Okay. I think that's it.
Damn it, Rafe and Nadine must have dozens of guys out here. You just stumble onto the treasure through blind luck.
वो इसको फोड़ सकता था मैं। ओके करूँ ये वाली ठीक है ज़्यादा। नहीं नहीं चलिए स्नाइपर चाहिए मेरे को। और ऊपर कैसे आएंगे? भाई ये कैसा काम? ये है ना कानून, ये है ना कुछ बढ़िया। हर 5 ही गोलियां सर। अरे साले कितनी है? 70 हो भाई साहब, ये वाली बढ़िया है। यहाँ से क्या सीन है?
Looks like that bridge leads back to the trail.
आओगे क्या तुम दोनों? कितने रेड है मेरे को? बर्स्ट वाली हैं दोनों। अरे इतनी धूप में बंदा लड़ाई लड़ाई करके ऐसा क्यों मार के आ रहा? भाई मैंने इसको पानी पीते नहीं देखा। ये डिहाइड्रेट नहीं होता क्या? ये आदत पड़ गई है इसको। इसको भाई
Jesus, these pirates really need to work on their infrastructure.
Now how do we get out of here?
Let me know when I can open my eyes.
अच्छा वो पत्थर पे चढ़ना है क्या?
The rest of that bridge looks like it could come down any minute.
चलेगा भाई। चढ़ेगा कहाँ से? अच्छा 2 हैं।
Again with the winch, Sully. Pretty handy, right?
I wasn't against getting the winch. I was against getting ripped off.
My fault. Sully, just how well do you know Nadine?
Why?
I was thinking maybe you can contact her, convince her to call off her goons.
Yeah, right.
What if we promise her a bigger cut than Rafe?
No, that's not how she operates. She's more of a money-up-front kind of mercenary. The Rafe's got the advantage there.
Look, shoreline.
Yeah, they're definitely going all in, aren't they?
And getting awful close to that volcano.
Thinking the same damn thing. What if they found the treasure already?
Well, look, they're searching every inch of this place. If they'd found it already, they wouldn't be searching.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, Sam, if you don't mind me asking, how'd you pass the time in prison?
You know, reading, mostly. There was just one guard saw me as a charity case, I guess. He had to check out books from the library for me.
So what'd you read?
History, especially anything related to Avery and other pirates. Just in case, you know.
Sure.
But, you know, besides books, push-ups, smoking, trying to stay out of fights between rival gangs, it's a whole lot of thinking. That's pretty much it.
Sam, if you had a guard doing you favors, why didn't you use him to get word to us?
Oh, I tried. I asked him to mail a letter to your P.O. box.
I never got it.
That would be because the warden saw it. I got busted up pretty bad and never saw that guard again.
Jesus.
I got my own back when the warden decided to room me with Alcazar. That didn't turn out how he expected.
You know, come to think of it, I actually dealt with Alcazar a few decades ago, even before I met you two.
Oh, shit. How are you still alive?
Well, he wasn't quite the man he is today. Still working his way up the criminal ladder then. I sold his boss a few woodcut prints I'd smuggled out of Japan. He was into shoguns and such. Alcazar was the go-between.
What was he like?
Soft-spoken but intense, like he could explode at the slightest provocation.
Well, he hasn't changed much then, has he?
I got my money and got the hell out of there.
My fault.
So, pirate walks into a bar.
Oh, great. Here we go.
And he's got the steering wheel sticking out of his crotch.
All right.
So the bartender goes, "Hey, man, what's with the wheel?" And the pirate says back, "Arr, it's driving me nuts." I love that one. Whoa!
Looks like Shoreline found something. Go slow.
You got it. Sully, what were you talking about?
Yeah, so, don't make me leave you out here.
यहाँ पर होंगे वरना वो तो रहेगा
Here, take a picture of me. Give me a break. This is a rape request. Every site needs to be documented before we use explosives. It's like he doesn't trust us. Get out of the way and let me take a goddamn picture.
4 ही दिख रहे हैं इसमें 5 हो गए यहाँ इसको मारा तो वो सामने वाला देख ही लेगा कोई नहीं जरूरत नहीं पड़ी क्या है इसको अंधे। लिस्ट इधर आएगा तब मारूंगा। आजा अरे है क्या? भाई बंदे कितना अंधे हैं।
Too close. दो है। अरे और कहाँ है भाई? और तो कोई है भी यहाँ? वो बंदे हैं।
They're right here! Here they come! Everyone spread out.
Everyone spread out.
Think we're clear.
हाँ ये बैरॉक बड़ी मस्त है। 6 गोलियां पर ही मस्त है। भैया क्या? हाँ भैया भैया एक तो अच्छी है।
See what's in there.
ओके लेट्स सी क्या है इसके अंदर। कुछ तो मिलेगा, कुछ तो मिलेगा। ट्रेजर। वो यार ये तो मैं पिछले वाले में लेने ही भूल गया। उससे याद आया, थोड़ा पानी पी लेते हैं। चैट भैया क्या चैट में? हेटफुल इंडियन ए जोन्स। अब है अगर ना मरो तो ज़्यादा मज़ा आता है, लास्ट में इतनी ज़्यादा गोल्ड मिला है। अब है खींच के तोड़ दें। हाँ हेट फ्यूचर कौन है ये? एक सेकंड, ये फ्यूचर कौन है भाई? हेट फ्यूचर सॉरी। ओ ये तो अपना भविष्य है। भविष्य अहम भविष्य। भाई मैंने चैनल खोल के देखा था भाई, कोई तो नया बंदा आया हो। फिर भाई चैनल खोलते हैं भाई यार यही बंदा है, कोई और आता ही नहीं है। बात करो यार नेथन सैम भाई चुप कैसे हो गए तो तीनों
Check it out, boys.
What is it?
क्या ही सेक्स जाने वाला
Holy shit, you can probably see all of Kings Bay from up here.
Yeah. Hey, look. There's the city.
There's the river valley. Let you look at this.
Quite the view.
Just keep waiting to wake up and find myself in solitary or something. It's all some kind of dream.
Sam.
No guilt trip. I'm just... Let's go find this thing.
You bet.
ये चीज़ बड़ी बेकार है यार बस चढ़ना उधर नहीं चढ़ा पाएंगे
So, how are you doing?
Yeah, still in one piece.
I appreciate you coming along for the ride. And especially for negotiating with that rental guy.
No problem. Hell, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't enjoying myself.
Me too.
हो गया गाइस अब थोड़ा रास्ता देखिए वेट ये तो वही जगह है ना जहाँ से आए थे हम तो अगर यहाँ से गिरे तो सीधा वहीं जाएंगे और वहाँ से ही ऊपर उस साइड जाना है गाड़ी में
Hey guys, there's another tower just over the hill.
See any shoreline marks?
Can't tell. Well, it would appear we got here first.
Let's check the place out and keep moving.
Drawbridge. How medieval.
Yeah. Well, you don't put up a drawbridge unless you're trying to keep people out.
Or protect something inside. Hey, Nathan! Come check this out! Ah, hell, the stairs are busted. There's no way up to the crank.
I'll see if I can find something to stand on.
Hey, kid, you see a big crate or something way up at the top of the tower. Maybe that'll do the trick.
Another
Father's sigil.
So, do you recognize this one?
I do, actually. Anne Bonny. Operated out of the Caribbean. Thought she died in jail.
At least that's what the stories tell us.
Right.
Avery must have invited her too.
Huh. Shoreline must have been here before. Finders keepers.
Hey, be careful, kid.
अच्छा मतलब वो अपने आप ही चल ही जा रहा है मुझे उसका
Hey guys, there's a massive tower just past the drawbridge. Biggest one yet. All right, I'm up. Careful.
Bingo.
Sam, special delivery. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey, kid. You all right?
I'm fine.
You alright?
Yeah.
You got this?
Mm-hmm.
I see in a few.
I'll bring the car closer.
You two just relax. I got this.
I mean, there's only one crank, you know?
Keep up the good work, kid. Stop! Shoreline coming!
Guys!
These clowns are really getting on my nerves.
Rental car, must be there. Former grid, off the farm. No warning shot. You see them, you take them down. Come out, come out. Promise to make it quick for ya. Careful. Lots of hiding places around here.
car show up.
All right. Now, let's get that bridge down. Let's try that again.
लेट्स गो बढ़िया फाइट हमारा भाई क्लच कर जाता है तो
There we go.
गाड़ी लिया अब बोलूँ मैं नहीं यार अब तो बात नहीं मेन जो है स्क्रू कर दिया चाहिए Let's go.
Big tower on a volcano.
Looks like the end's in sight, huh?
Sorry, bump.
We ain't got no auto club out here, Nathan. Not to nitpick, but Avery spent all that money on towers. Would it have killed him to put a guardrail up here?
Well, it was worth a try. Gonna take a look around.
So just how much do you owe Alcazar?
Half.
Half of what?
Well, he only knows about the Gunsway heist.
Which is worth 400 million.
Right, but if Nathan's theory is correct, then there's a lot more treasure.
Well, you should have told him it was 200,000. Never tell your partners how much a job is really worth.
I'm not exactly expecting to be partners with you.
Guys, we're gonna find it, pay off that lunatic, and still have plenty to spare. Trust me. Shit, shit, shit!
Uh-oh.
Don't panic! Don't panic!
I am very much panicking here.
It's gonna snap!
Nate!
Hit the gas! Pull us up! I got you!
Hold on tight, kid!
I got you!
No way. No way, नानी
Come on, come on!
You okay?
I've been better!
Get us out of this, kid.
All right, hang on!
Hail Mary, full of grace, our Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb.
Easy, kid. Easy.
Oh, that was fun, right?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely sharing this one with my shrink.
मेरे को लग रहा था वो पत्थर में
You have a
कुछ दिक्कत
shrink?
है।
No, but I will after this.
Come on, you guys are overreacting. Get the whole thing under control.
Under control?
Hold on to something.
मर गया। मैंने कही थी अगली बार ही 3 हो जाएंगे। Oh fuck.
Hold on to something.
गाड़ी सीधी नहीं आ रही।
Hold on to something. That was a nice change of pace.
Yeah, I'm almost disappointed. Almost.
Now, let's find our way in.
Let's go claim our treasure, boys.
Here at the Tower of Avery. यही बोलेंगे इसको। Tower of Avery.
Get in that way.
बड़ा गेट है, बस समझ आता है एग्जिट में कहाँ होगा। ये दोनों उधर जा रहे हैं।
Sam, give me a hand with this.
Yeah.
कुछ तो नीचे गए तो ऊपर आना।
Let's see what we got here. Looks like there's something back here. Sam?
Yeah. Let's do this.
Damn.
It's braked over.
All right, let's look around.
Hey, careful with that thing, kid.
Heads up!
God, Jesus!
I said heads up!
Hurry up, you two!
And he's up.
Sam, wait up!
Come on!
देखा कहीं भी तो होगा इधर भी बहुत बड़ी जगह है ना। चलिए नीचे सैम के पास।
He seems excited.
He's got a lot riding on this.
अरे बड़े भाई रुका बड़े भाई आगे चलिए।
Whoa. Magnificent. Don't see a treasure, though.
Coming!
मेरे को लग रहा है कि यहाँ पर भी फाइट होने वाली है क्योंकि यहाँ पे भी इतने से लिखा हुआ सारे बैरिकेड के और हाई ग्राउंड पे रखा बट उससे पहले ये शायद
Check this out. St. Dismas.
St. Dismas.
We meet again.
So, what do we got?
More sigils. There's our boy Avery. Thomas, too. And that's
It's Adam Baldridge. It's Joseph Farrow, and that's Richard Warren.
pirate captains.
All right, so maybe your pirate pool theory wasn't so ridiculous after all.
All right, so, let's see, what do you think the trick is here? Gotta push a button, pull something?
Maybe one of the arms, or...
Give it a shot.
Boys, whenever you're done fondling poor St. Dismas, I think you might want to come take a look at this. Trapezoid is obviously the volcano. The crown is King's Bay. We got ourselves a map, gentlemen.
Victor, you're a goddamn genius.
Hear that, Nate? Genius.
Yeah. Okay, so if we're here, this tower lines up with Avery's sigil.
Okay, so then the other sigils...
Must be the towers from Avery's time.
Well, I mean, a treasure's gotta be in one of them, right?
Yeah, but which one? I count 12 towers.
Hey, Victor?
Huh?
You didn't start smoking cigarettes by any chance, did you?
Looks like we're not the first ones here.
Fire in the hole! Down! Fucking jump on him! Oh, shit! They're in ambush! Can't win! Head him up! Son of a bitch! Fine now! Fucking asshole!
My ass. Nice one.
जेड में
What's the drop on him? Oh, shit! It's an ambush! What is that?
Son of a bitch.
One down! Come on, Fred! Show yourself! Shotgun, watch it! Shotgun! Hey, man! What's done? Look out! Got him, kid. Hey, preparados, pal. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Don't.
Jesus. Is that all of them?
Well, let's hope so. You okay?
Yeah, fine. Sam?
Yeah, over here.
सारे में से लगा दिया था तब तक
Hey, what are you doing?
Confirming a suspicion. Shit. Look at this.
They figured out the towers too.
Locations, sigils, the works.
So now what?
Now what? Now we're screwed. Okay, because there's 3 of us and there's God knows how many of them, and they have a head start.
Yeah, but they don't know which tower to go to yet.
That's great, Nathan, because neither do we.
Yes, we do. Look, it's a little worn down. Right there, that's a match.
Yeah, you sure? Because, I mean, it could be this one, too.
Crap.
But still, 2 beats the hell out of 12.
All right. I'm gonna take this tower. You and Sully, you take that one.
No, Rafe's guys are all over these towers by now.
Exactly. So if we want to have a chance to catch them, then we've got to split up.
Sam, just hold up a second, will you?
Nate, he's right. These towers are at opposite ends of King's Bay.
Damn it. If you run into any of those shoreline clowns, you call us, okay?
See you soon.
तो शायद हमारी अकेला क्यों जा रहा है भाई?
Come on, Nate. We gotta hurry.
अकेला क्यों जा रहा है? Hidden in plain sight.
All right, there's our tower.
You really think all that treasure's gonna be just sitting in the middle of a goddamn market?
Oh, yeah, that'd be crazy. But we've seen crazy before.
That we have.
Excuse me.
Hey!
Watch it.
Apples. Buy my friend apples. Only 1,588.
Okay, fine. Here.
Thank you very much, sir. Enjoy your apple. And tell your friends.
Hey there, little guy. How you doing? Hey, you like that, huh?
Nate, tower.
Yeah, but Sully, come on, it's a lemur. Come on, come say hi.
It's all right.
So cute. Whoa! Hey, Sully. Hey! He stole my apple.
Can't trust anyone these days.
Feed the animals.
Hey, Nate. Want me to buy you one of these?
Sully, you gotta be crazy to wear a shirt like that.
Ah, crazy handsome.
Crazy handsome.
Oh, man. Something smells really good.
That's right. It does smell good. Excuse me. Hey, here we go. Locked. Guess we're gonna have to sneak in.
Discreetly.
Implied by the use of the word sneak. So.
Hey, check it out. That window over there is broken.
Hey, Sully. Think we can squeeze through here.
That'll work. Jesus. Long way down.
You okay back there?
You keep your pace. I'll keep mine.
Yeah, least you got a great view, right? Okay, let's see what we got. Edward England's sigil, just like the map said.
So what are we looking for?
Good question.
यहाँ बहुत बड़ा एरिया है तो यहाँ नहीं दी हमें कुछ मिलेगा जो कि है ये एक कटोरी अरे भाई आजा चलिए अंदर चलना आजा गेट लॉक है जी पूरा
This
पजल
is
है
a very tall clock tower.
Yes. Yes, it is.
और खुशबू बड़ी सारे कुछ खाने का आता है
Now, what do you bet?
We're on to something. Scorpion? Guy with a large pitcher?
The Zodiac symbols. Look, there's Leo.
Ah, the Taurus.
4 signs.
And 4 bells way up there. And these things in the middle of the floor look like locks.
Got it. Let's go ring some bells. This is definitely the place. Call Sam.
On it.
Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, Taurus.
Voicemail. Hey, Sam. Looks like we're at the right tower. Call us. They don't have the best coverage in this city.
Well, no reason to wait. I'll be right back.
स्कॉर्पियो उस तरफ है यानी कि उस साइड एक कोई बैल होगी वो जानी है तो मैं जाऊँ कैसे उस तरफ
Okay. Oh boy. I'll be damned. Check it out, Sully. The clock still works.
Yeah, I noticed. Try not to get tangled in those gears up there.
You bet. Better move. That was too close. You okay?
Yeah, all right.
Leo. I dated a Leo once.
एक वीडियो तो नहीं होगा सबसे पहले तो स्कॉर्पियो में जाएगा सबसे पहले वीडियो तीसरे पे
Okay, that is really loud.
That one didn't work Nate?
Scorpio. That Avery was a Scorpio.
Hey, Nate! That did the trick. The Scorpio lock just released.
Okay, moving on to the next one.
Aquarius? Always nice people.
Two down, two to go, kid.
Let's see here.
Two down, two to go, kid.
Let's see here. Leo. I dated a Leo once.
Okay, that is really loud.
Leo is unlocked.
Okay, one left.
Just gotta ride that weight up.
यार भविष्य भाई बताओ यार, ये कैसा होगा, ये नहीं हो रहा। नीचे कैसे मिलती है?
Feeling a little nauseous here. Okay, got it. Hey, Sully, any word from Sam?
Not yet.
Yeah, he's probably fine. He just forgot to charge his phone.
Hey, that did it! Doors is unlocked and Avery's sigil just appeared in the floor. Damn. That's
Well, hey, there is that big bell at the top. Hold on, heading on up.
Okay, here we go.
पकड़ो पकड़ना जल्दी
Damn it! It's going too fast to climb. It's too slow. Let's try again.
हाँ
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
That was fun.
भाई
Can you beat Pokemon Y version using only starter Pokemon is a pretty absurd question, especially when using hardcore Nuzlocke rules, meaning if any of my starters should faint, they'll have to be boxed forever. The reason it's such a ridiculous challenge is because there are only 4 possible encounters: the Kalos starter at the start of the game, the Kanto starter from Professor Sycamore, plus Pikachu and Eevee. This makes picking our starters and choosing what evolution to evolve into incredibly impactful choices. All 3 Kalos starters are great options, but I end up narrowing it down to Chespin or Froakie. Both of them have about the same amount of good and bad matchups throughout the gyms in Elite Four, so I end up going for Chespin because it's got the better defensive stats. Getting a minus defense nature kinda works against that choice, but at least we've got a 10% boost to our attack. Before the first gym, we can pick up our second encounter in Santaloon Forest, Pikachu. The series mascot isn't exactly the greatest and certainly the weakest Pokemon we get access to, but with so few encounters, I'll happily take anything I can get. Now you might think Chespin's a terrible choice because of the first gym using bug types, but in practice, this isn't actually much of a detriment. Surskit may be a bug type, but its only attacking moves are Quick Attack and a Resisted Bubble. This makes it the optimal Pokemon Forest to face to set up Rollout. This devastating rock type move doubles its power every single turn at the cost of you being locked in, but that's not much of a downside if you just plan on spamming the move anyway. The real downside is Rollout's 90% accuracy. Missing one would most likely cause us to lose Chespin, but restarting this early in the run really isn't too big a deal. However, we end up hitting all of our rollouts for a very easy first gym badge. This blowout victory raises our level cap from 12 to 25, which is more than enough to evolve Chespin into Quilladin. A lot of people hate this guy. Personally, he's one of my favorite starter middle stages. But hey, if you think I'm wrong, let me know down in the comments below and tell me what your favorite starter Pokemon is. Mine's gotta be Piplup. Once we make it to Lumio City, Professor Sycamore gives us one of the Kanto starters. These are all incredible choices, but I rule out Bulbasaur immediately since we already have a grass type. Between a Squirtle with no egg moves and Charmander, the choice is incredibly obvious. This is because Professor Sycamore immediately gives us Charizard's Megastone, and whether you're playing Pokemon X or Y, Game Freak definitely made Charizard the most broken Mega out of the 3 choices. As I go to check the nature of my newly acquired Charmander, I realize it's shiny. This is the second time ever I've gotten a shiny starter that I didn't hunt for. Ironically, the other time was also a Charmander, but in Fire Red. Not to complain, but like, it had to be the same one? Obviously, the Mega Evolution is the main reason Charizard's so good in this game, but Charmeleon gets unique utility for the early game with Dragon Rage. Always dealing 40 damage, basically 1 or 2 shots every Pokemon until the 3rd gym. We then have to go to Parfum Palace, the biggest waste of time in the entire Pokemon series, and they force you to pay $1,000 for it, you posh motherfucker. The second gym fight is versus Grant, and Wartortle would have made our lives a lot easier here. His Ice and Rock type Amora means both Grass and Fire types are kind of in trouble. The one thing we've got going for us is that the AI loves going for speed control moves if it's slower, so I set up a Leech Seed as Amora hits me with a Rock Tomb. I scout out Amora's next move with a Protect to guarantee it's gonna go for Refrigerate Takedown. This also gives me a little bit of chip damage and gets me back to full HP with Leech Seed before I swap out into Charmeleon. Amora even misses the takedown on the switch, and I go for another Protect to get a bit more damage. I hoped this would put it in range of a Dragon Rage, but unfortunately I fall just barely short and Charmeleon gets paralyzed. Thankfully, the Dragon Rage still puts Amora in range of being taken out by Leech Seed, which brings out the real threat of the fight, Tyrant. Strongjaw boosted Bite is kind of an issue here since we've got nothing to resist it. My best bet is swapping in Quilladin, but because I'm slower, there's always that chance that Bite makes me flinch. Because of Stab, Rock Tomb does more damage than Bite, but in this case, it's what we want to see since it's got no chance to flinch us and we've got a better chance to land Leech Seed. I then go for Protect to get more healing, and between the Oranberry last turn and the 2 turns of Leech Seed, it gets me back to a respectable amount of health. Tyrant switches it up for Bite, but thankfully I don't flinch and get off a Rock Smash. The super effective hit lowers Tyrant's defense, and I go for Protect the next turn to get more healing from Leech Seed. Unfortunately, this just barely puts Tyrant in range of being healed, taking it all the way back up to full HP. I do get a free Rock Smash the turn Grant heals, and after Leech Seed, it takes Tyrant below half again. I know I could take Tyrant out with a Rock Smash here, but I go for Protect for more healing, and I'm really glad I did since Tyrant crit flinches me the following turn. This at least lets me use another Protect to take Tyrant into the red. This little bit of healing is super important since it takes me out of that danger zone where I'd be taken out by a critical hit. At this point, even if I'm crit and flinched, the guaranteed damage from Leech Seed this turn and the next if I go for Protect is enough to take Tyrant out, but I end up securing the badge with a Rock Smash. On our way to Shalour City, we can find our next and final encounter on Route 10, Eevee. And with it comes the very difficult choice of deciding what evolution we want on the team. Obviously, it makes no sense to get Leafeon, Jolteon, or Flareon. Umbreon basically gets no good attacking moves, and Espeon doesn't have any defense. We can't actually get Vaporeon or Glaceon until way later in the game, which leaves me with what I consider the best choice considering our current team, Sylveon. Not only is Fairy the best type in the game, Sylveon gives us a special wall that also hits super hard. On Route 10, we're also able to pick up a Thunderstone to evolve Pikachu into Raichu. Before leaving Geosenge Town, we're stopped by Karina, but despite having two Lucarios, they both have the same terrible moveset, so we easily defeat them both with Charmeleon. Upon reaching Shalor City, we've gotta take on Serena before facing the gym. This girl is super annoying, and she fights you 5 times over the course of X and Y. Another reason Sylveon's such a great choice is it basically walls her Meowscarada and Absol. The combination of Raichu and Charmeleon takes care of her breaks in, making it time to take on the third gym leader, Karina. Because we don't have fully evolved starters yet, this fight could actually be kinda scary if we let her power-up punching get out of control. I start by setting up a Leech Seed against Mienfoo and try to take it out with a Needle Arm. Even with Leech Seed, I end up falling just shy of taking it out. However, this kinda works out for me since Karina wastes a Hyper Potion on Mienfoo instead of something like Hawlucha. This gives me a free turn to attack, putting Mienfoo in range of another Needle Arm. Hawlucha's signature move, Flying Press, is both flying and fighting type, which makes it super effective against Quilladin. I swap to Raichu to resist the hit, hoping to proc Static to paralyze Hawlucha. I don't end up being quite so lucky, so I click Nuzzle to guarantee the paralysis, and of course I proc Static. I still end up getting the same amount of damage with Nuzzle, it's just super typical. With Hawlucha boosting up its attack, I'm not gonna lie, I'm in super big trouble. Sylveon doesn't have the best defense, but we at least resist all of Hawlucha's moves. I then start spamming Baby Doll Eyes to lower Hawlucha's attack, which eventually ends up netting attack drops once Hawlucha gets paralyzed. Every other turn, it ends up just boosting up its attack again by either going for Hone Claws or Power Up Punch. Once I've lowered its attack enough, it's time for me to start attacking, and unfortunately, my Eevee was at level 20 when I caught it, meaning I couldn't get Draining Kiss upon evolution. This makes my Sylveon a lot worse for this fight since I would have been gaining back HP with Draining Kiss and dealing super effective damage. Instead, I'm stuck using Swift, doing a little bit less than a quarter every time, which eventually causes Karina to heal up to full with a Hyper Potion. I make sure to switch as soon as I can here to not risk Sylveon going down to a crit, and I manage to swap in Charmeleon for free as Hawlucha gets paralyzed. A couple of Dragon Rages just barely finish the job, leaving Karina with her last Pokemon, Machoke. This thing has Rock Tomb, and I really don't want to risk my Charmeleon so close to evolving, so I swap out into Quilladin. I set up a Leech Seed and start the grind. Machoke tries to power itself up, but with all the healing I've got, I'm pretty much unstoppable. By protecting every other turn, we get way too much health back from Leech Seed for Machoke to be a threat, giving us a nice and comfortable ending to the otherwise scariest fight of the run so far. With only 2 levels to the next level cap, we can't actually get any new evolutions. We do, however, pick up the Mega Ring, meaning we can use Mega Charizard Y as soon as we're able to evolve it. We're able to skip every single trainer between Shalor and Coumarine Gym, except for Serena. She doesn't actually change up her team between the previous one and this one, meaning we can use the exact same strategy to beat her. This brings us to the fight versus Ramos, and if we'd have Charizard at this point, it would just be game over. Unfortunately, we're still stuck with Charmeleon, and I don't want to risk getting crit by Acrobatic, so I instead lead with Raichu. I start by paralyzing with Nuzzle, and Jumpluff gets fully paralyzed. The paralysis is there to power up my Electro Ball, which still doesn't quite get the KO, allowing Jumpluff to set up a Leech Seed. After a Hyper Potion, we still take Jumpluff into the red, wasting Ramos's second Hyper Potion. From there, a couple of Electro Balls take care of Jumpluff, and at least we don't have to worry about Ramos healing anymore. His Go-Goat has Bulldoze, so we don't want to stay in or swap into Charmeleon, so I instead send in Quilladin. Grass types are unaffected by Leech Seed, so instead I use the TM for Poison Jab that we could buy in Shalor City to deal some decent damage. A second one doesn't quite get the KO even after Go-Goat's takedown chip, but Quilladin reminds us who the real GOAT is by getting a poison to finish the job. This leaves Ramos with his weakest Pokemon, Weepinbell, so we just swap in Charmeleon and nail it with a single Flame Burst for the win. With a new level cap of 37, we're finally able to evolve our starters into what I believe is one of the best shinies in the game, Charizard. I actually think Shiny Chestnut is one of the best of all time, so I'm pretty bummed we don't have that one instead. With our fully evolved starters, we don't have much trouble against Team Flare at the power plant, meaning we pretty quickly make it to the next gym leader, Clemont. This guy and his electric types would have been much harder to face with Greninja instead of Chestnut. I lead with Raichu against his Emolga, and an Electro Ball doesn't quite do half since we're not that much faster. I then go for a quick attack to get Emolga in range of another Electro Ball to not have to deal with Hyper Potions. Heliolisk comes out next, but with Grass Knot and Thunderbolt as its main attacking moves, I'm not afraid to send in Chestnut. At this point, we've got both Leftovers and Leech Seed to keep us healthy, which makes it super super easy to stall back to full HP with Spiky Shield, and eventually pick up the KO with a Rock Smash after a couple of Hyper Potions. Magneton is last, and it basically has the same problem as Heliolisk, where it can't hit Chestnut for any good damage, granting us a very easy 5th gym badge.
My brother, you lost!
Oh, Bonnie, when will you learn there's no shame in losing? Probably when you stop losing so shame. I mean, I'm sorry, can I still have the TM? With Thunderbolt, all of a sudden Raichu is way more useful, and we're forced to visit Lysander's cafe before we get to leave. Actually, Lysandre himself is of royal ancestry. He truly is a chosen one. A way to go, Professor. Why not gas up the biggest genocidal megalomaniac in your country? Ooh, a King's Rock. You're the best, Lysander. Our next gym battle is versus the Fairy-type user Valerie, and this is the first gym fight where we're able to use our Mega Charizard Y. In the sun, a Flame Burst melts her lead Mawile. This brings in Valerie's oddly female Mr. Mime, so I swap out into Sylveon as it sets up Light Screen. I make sure to set up a Light Screen of my own to basically make it so that I get the same amount of HP back from leftovers at the end of the turn as Mr. Mime deals to me. After getting the Mime poisoned, I go for a Moonblast and swap back out into Mega Charizard Y to once again set up the Sun. With Light Screen now gone, a Sun-boosted Flame Burst is enough to finish off Mr. Mime, bringing out her final Pokemon Sylveon. Mega Charizard Y's special defense is pretty high at base 115. On top of that, Fire resists Fairy, so we basically have nothing to worry about in this matchup and pick up our 6th gym badge without any trouble.
Yes, that was a fine battle.
What are you prescribed? You did worse than Clement. Unfortunately, we already have Moonblast on Sylveon at this point, so Dazzling Gleam basically does nothing for us. Before leaving Lavere, we've got to fight our way through the Pokeball Factory, but you don't have to fight a single grunt here if you end up playing it perfectly. Once we reach Dendemil, we can finally talk to the move deleter to get rid of Rock Smash on Chestnut. With the move relearner, we're also able to get Air Slash on Charizard and replace Chestnut's Rock Smash with Hammer Arm. In Anastar, Charizard gets a big upgrade with the TM for Flamethrower, which we can immediately put to use to great effect in order to decimate Serena. Versus Olympia, I'd be much better off if we would have picked Froakie. Greninja's immunity to Psychic would help us a lot here, especially against her Calm-Minding Meowstic, which can only attack with Psychic and Shadow Ball. Raichu can't quite one-shot Sigilyph, so I go for a Nuzzle just in case I manage to get the full paralysis and take it out with a Thunderbolt after I'm hit by Psychic. Slowking is able to take us out with a crit at this range, but I'm expecting it to just go for a yawn, so I stay in Thunderbolt, which actually just gets it fully paralyzed. Once I take it out the next turn, we're only left facing the real threat, Meowstic. I swap out into our special tank Sylveon to eat a Psychic, and manage to get Meowstic poisoned with Toxic. It then starts setting up with Calm Mind, which is exactly what we don't want. In order to not get completely obliterated by this thing, I set up a Light Screen to boost our special defense. This causes Meowstic to set up even more with Calm Mind to try and deal some meaningful damage. Despite the 2 boosts to special defense, I still deal a pretty decent chunk with Moonblast. Olympia finally fires off a Psychic, which thankfully doesn't crit. A critical hit would have ignored Light Screen, meaning we would have just lost Sylveon there and probably the run on the spot. That was the scariest turn of the game so far. Thankfully, it ends with Meowstic going down to Poison and us getting our 7th gym badge. Before we're able to take on the final gym, we've got to deal with Team Flare. When planning what starters to pick, Lysander was a big consideration. We've got to fight this guy 3 times, and he's got a pretty strong team. That said, the first time around, he doesn't have his Mega Evolution, and his Mienshao and Honchkrow aren't even fully evolved. Lysander even helps me out by sending in Gyarados right after Mienfoo, probably because it has Earthquake, but that's not going to help him as long as I outspeed with Thunderbolt. Because I'm at full health, I stay in and nuzzle Pyroar, which gets fully paralyzed. My Thunderbolt then gets a flinch, which I was kind of confused about at first, but it's ironically because of the King's Rock that Lysander gave me earlier in the run. X and Y doesn't give you a lot of great held items, so Raichu had just been holding the King's Rock because of nothing better to hold. You kind of played yourself with that one, dude. The second fight goes pretty similarly. We can't one-shot Mienshao with Thunderbolt this time, so I make sure to go for Nuzzle first to get it paralyzed. This is a bit riskier than it needs to be since a crit high jump kick would kill me here. Crits are only a 1 in 24 chance, but if I would have led with Charizard, I could have easily just taken it out with an Air Slash. The benefit of using Raichu is we get the exact same interaction against Gyarados as last time, where we baited in and just one-shot it with a Thunderbolt. Switching Raichu into Gyarados, probably using Outrage, is just as risky as taking that high jump kick, so my best bet would have been to take out Mienshao with Charizard and then swap in Chestnut to deal with Gyarados. After getting Pyroar paralyzed, I swapped to Sylveon and set up a Light Screen to reduce its special damage. This lets me knock it out with a few Moonblasts, bringing in Honchkrow, which I simply outspeed and one-shot with another Moonblast. This brings up a slight issue. Before the final fight with Lysander, you have to catch a Veltal, and the game doesn't let you proceed if you don't. If you don't have a full team of 6, the game doesn't let you send a Veltal to the box and automatically puts it at the start of the party, which would ruin the challenge instantly. To avoid this, I add the free Lucario from Karina and the Lapras I got just to be able to surf around to the team. This allows me to box a Veltal because I've got a full team, but obviously, if I send either Lucario or Lapras into the fight, I will instantly lose the challenge as well. Just thought I'd give you guys a heads up in case you're wondering why there's 6 Pokemon in my party. In the final fight versus Lysander, he looks kinda like Doc Ock and Thanos at a ginger baby. But hey, at least he wants to leave some people alive, unlike Cyrus, who wants to create a universe for nobody but himself. In the final fight, Lysander always sends in his Gyarados last to be able to Mega Evolve, so this time I lead with Sylveon in order to one-shot Mienshao with a Moonblast. Despite Honchkrow being weak to Fairy, he sends it in because he's got the super effective Steel Wing, which can't even take me out with a crit regardless, so it's safe for me to once more blast it into the Cosmos. Iroar comes out third, so I protect for a bit of leftovers recovery and then swap out into Charizard. Mega Evolving boosts our special defense to better deal with Pyroar and sets up the Sun to lower the power of Gyarados' Aqua Tail. I outspeed Pyroar with an Air Slash, which sadly doesn't quite get the KO or the flinch, forcing me to finish the job the following turn. All this leaves is Lysander's Mega Gyarados, and this thing is actually what gave Chestnut the edge over picking Froakie. With Greninja, we don't have a good physical tank on the team, and despite Chestnut being quad weak to Gyarados' flying type, Gyarados doesn't really get any flying moves outside of Bounce by breeding, and Lysander doesn't have it on his moveset. Gyarados still goes for Aqua Tail despite the Sun, which barely does anything even as a critical hit. From here, its strongest move is Outrage, so I can go for Spiky Shield every other turn to get a little bit of chip damage since it's a contact move. At near full HP, we're completely safe to Outrage crit, and I set up Leech Seed to get that health back. I of course alternate with Spiky Shield, getting me more of that Leech Seed recovery and some extra chip damage. From there, I realize I can just pivot out into Sylveon since it's completely immune to Dragon, then go for Protect to get some more Leech Seed damage before swapping back into Chestnut on an Iron Head, who can go for a final Spiky Shield to take Gyarados out with the damage plus Leech Seed. Mega Gyarados would have been really tricky to take down without Chestnut, even though it makes me a little bit concerned about the team's matchup versus Malva. Oh well, that's a problem for future Antler Boy. Present me has to get there first. Our first roadblock is Wolfric, and honestly, I don't know what they were thinking when they gave the final gym leader the worst type in the game. On top of that, we've got Mega Charizard Y, who immediately gets rid of the hail by setting up Sun as soon as we Mega Evolve. The only thing that could have been annoying is Confuse Ray from Cryogonal, which is slightly faster than Charizard, but at the level cap, we've got 4 levels on it, which is enough to make up for the 5 base speed difference. Sorry Wolfric, it had to be done. Before entering Victory Road, we can pick up the crucial TM22 for Solar Beam, and from there, we've got to settle our final fight with Serena. Unfortunately for her, she's got a crippling weakness to Mega Charizard Y, meaning all 4 of our Pokemon have survived to the Pokemon League. Obviously, we don't have much of a choice what to bring into the Elite Four. I go to Route 22 and pick up the TM for Earthquake that we can teach to Chestnut at any point. I've given Raichu Focus Miss, but with its terrible accuracy, it's something I'm hoping I won't have to use. Sylveon gets some more coverage with Shadow Ball from Terminus Cave, but is otherwise pretty much the same. I've given Charizard both Earthquake and Solar Beam for a pretty well-rounded moveset. All I can do now is hope I pick the right starters to get me to the end of the game as we enter the final challenge. Malva's the Elite Four member I'm by far the most worried about, so I start by taking on Seabold. With Mega Charizard Y setting up the Sun, we're able to reduce his Water-type damage to half, but the main perk of setting up the Sun is letting us use Solar Beam without a turn of setup. Between Solar Beam's crazy high base power of 120 and Mega Charizard Y's special attack of 125, we're gonna deal a lot of damage that can easily one-shot Clawitzer. Seabold brings out Barbaracle because of its super effective rock typing, which only ends up working against him since a quad-effective solar beam easily knocks it out. Starmie's third, but it too immediately falls to a solar beam, leaving Seabold with his final Pokemon Gyarados, and this thing is a menace. Even though it has Earthquake, we could swap in Raichu and Outspeed since it's never gonna Earthquake against Charizard. However, if it ends up Dragon Dancing as I switch, which is exactly what it does, it would outspeed Raichu and just take me out with an Earthquake. Watching this Gyarados rave is creating a pit in my stomach. I at least managed to set up Leech Seed for a bit of residual damage and healing, and expecting Gyarados to dance once more, I go for Seed Bomb to get a bit of damage. A Critter Freeze here would probably end the run, but thankfully Chestnut hangs on with just a little bit of HP left, and we're just barely able to knock Gyarados out with another Seed Bomb. That could have been incredibly bad. I decide to take on Wickstrom second since we've got a pretty great matchup versus Steel with Mega Charizard Y. Oddly, he doesn't even attempt to set up priority spikes with Klefki, which just gets immediately incinerated. Probopass would always survive a hit with Sturdy, so I'm forced to swap out into Chestnut against what would be a quad-effective Power Gem. I set up a Leech Seed to break Sturdy and go for a Spiky Shield just to get as much health back as possible before taking it out with a Hammer Arm. This brings out Aegislash, but because it's a physical attacking one and not special, I'm not too afraid. I immediately go for another Spiky Shield just to get a bit of damage as it goes for Iron Head, and then set up a Leech Seed as Wickstrom wastes the turn going for King's Shield. But defeating Aegislash ends up being a lot easier than I expected. Because of the speed drop from Hammer Arm, we're actually just slower than Aegislash as it goes into attack form, which drops its defenses to base 50, making for an easy KO with Earthquake. I fight Scizor with Chestnut for a bit, but after getting flinched time after time and critical hit by X-Scissor, I eventually just swap out back into Charizard as Wickstrom goes for a full restore, allowing me to finish the job with a sun-boosted Flamethrower. Drasna and her dragons are third, and she's another great argument why we picked Sylveon. Even so, her Dragalge is part poison type, so I instead lead with Charizard. It's either gonna hit us with Surf or Thunderbolt, and Surf is the way preferred option. Not only do we reduce the power of Surf with Drought, Thunderbolt has that 10% chance to get us paralyzed, which would obviously be disastrous, but thankfully Dragalge goes for Surf, guaranteeing that we just get to take it out without any issues with a second Earthquake the following turn. Altaria comes out second, so I make my switch into Sylveon as it sets up its defenses with Cotton Guard. Unfortunately, Altaria's a bit faster and ends up landing a Sing to put Sylveon to sleep. While I'm sleeping, it starts dealing some pitiful damage with Moonblast that manages to lower my special attack. This means my own Moonblast only does just over 50%, which made me super unsure if I'd be able to KO Altaria with a second Moonblast after it drops my special attack once again. With a critical hit, Sylveon doesn't allow me to find out, but at -2 special attack, we're not in a great position to fight Noivern. I make sure to stay in just one turn in order to set up Light Screen to take less damage from Noivern's special attacks. This makes it a lot safer to send in Raichu, who barely takes anything from a resisted Air Slash. At this point, Noivern's best bet at dealing damage is going for Super Fang, which I'm not too afraid of since it always deals half of my health. Ironically, we run into the same situation where Static procs just before I hit with Nuzzle, but I suppose we achieve the desired effect regardless. After being taken critically low from a Dragon Pulse, I swap out of Raichu back into Sylveon, who's now reset to neutral special attack and can set up a Light Screen before outspeeding Noivern and taking it out with Moonblast. Drasna's final Pokemon is Druddigon, and I don't want to risk taking a Retaliate at this amount of health, so I swap out into Chestnut, who still takes about a third from the neutral hit despite being so tanky. I only outspeed with a Leech Seed the next turn because of a Dragon Tail. It ends up swapping me out into Raichu, who obviously can't stay in at such low health, so I send in Sylveon. The switch is completely free since Druddigon tries to Dragon Tail again, and I get a lot of HP back from leftovers and Leech Seed. The only reason I had to swap out in the first place is because Moonblast doesn't one-shot Druddigon, but with the damage from Leech Seed, Sylveon is free to come in and finish the job. Without Greninja on the team, all of Malva's Pokemon are potential problems. Her Pyroar has Wild Charge, so I can't just wall it with Charizard. Sylveon does okay against Chandelure, but it just does too much damage with Fire Blast for me to reliably take it out. The biggest issue is her Brave Birding and Flare Blitzing Talonflame outspeeding my entire team. But before any of that, we still need to deal with Pyroar. After a Light Screen, Pyroar starts going for Wild Charge, which without Stab doesn't do too much damage, and I'm able to poison it with Toxic. Expecting more Wild Charges, I swap out into Chestnut to resist the hit. Pyroar just goes for a Noble Roar, and even though we've got Light Screen up, I don't want to take damage with Chestnut, so I swap back out into Sylveon, even though it would have been great to stay in with Chestnut against a Noble Roar if I could have gotten up a Leech Seed. I continue swapping between the two to deal as much damage as I can with Toxic, but unfortunately it leaves Pyroar with just enough HP left that Malva heals up with a full restore. I'm able to get it repoisoned the same turn and go for another Light Screen to reduce its damage again. This time I stay in to go for for a Moonblast to get a bit of damage just to see if that's going to be enough for poison to do the job. I continue switching to take as little damage as possible, but unfortunately it's just not enough, and Malva uses a screen back from leftovers every single turn. Otherwise, we'd be taking way too much damage from this thing.
In a Nuzlocke, any Pokemon that faints is boxed for F's were random. Every gym's team should make things a lot more difficult. But that's not difficult enough. Every gym leader is now guaranteed to have a legendary or mega evolution, and every Pokemon above level 30 is instantly turned into its final evolution. On top of that, the late game trainers have all been given extra Pokemon to fill out their teams. To begin our journey, we need to pick our randomized starter Pokemon, and our selection is pretty awesome. Both Starly and Magnemite are amazing Pokemon in the early game that don't fall off towards the end game, but how can I pass up on the opportunity to use Bagon? Unfortunately, as I check Bagon's summary in the first battle, it seems like our boy's pretty speed screwed, which is later confirmed with its brave nature. Additionally, all abilities in the game have been shuffled around for every single Pokemon, and Justified could be really handy in the right circumstance. Since Roxanne's team is already going to be stacked, we're going to need some new team members, and the first Pokemon I find is a Metapod on Route 103. This is an excellent first capture since we can already evolve it at level 10 into Butterfree. And while Rockhead is in this case a much worse ability than Butterfree's regular compound eyes, Butterfree's still an amazing Pokemon to have this early in the game. Proceeding carefully, Route 102 blesses me with another great find, a Spupa, which we once again can evolve right away into Vivillon. Really, Iron Fist, that's what we're oh god. And my luck doesn't exactly improve from there, since my 104 encounter is a Paras. Even if it had huge power, this thing would barely be usable. However, my luck takes a turn as I find myself a Magikarp in Petalburg Woods. Now, while Analytic is a pretty awesome ability, Gyarados is pretty fast, so it won't be as useful as you might think. Then as I take care to dodge as many trainers as I can since they can have incredibly powerful Pokemon, I stumble upon a Gyarados. There's then one more encounter I can pick up before the first gym, and it happens to be a Hoppip. Now, Hoppip isn't that great a Pokemon to begin with, but if we can keep it around, it'll give us double access to Sleep Powder together with Butterfree, which would be broken. Now, I've been lucky that none of the mandatory trainers so far have had anything scary, but that's about to change since Rocker Roxanne is guaranteed to have at least one. She starts out with a Vullaby, and while it manages to get Bagon down to low health, it doesn't take long before we take it out. Seeing that we're only at level 14, a legendary Pokemon could devastate our team, particularly if that legendary is Primal Groudon. At level 14, Groudon has Ancient Power, Mudshot, and Scary Face since it hasn't had time to learn Earth Power at 15 yet. And since most of our team is very weak to Rock, this is not good. Expecting an Ancient Power here, I have to swap out of my Vivillon, and Mushroom Man is unfortunately not going to be able to take it. However, switching into Paras was really just a way to get in Hoppip for free, and I'm honestly not expecting Hoppip to survive here, but we end up living on 5 HP, allowing us to go for Poison Powder. But of course she's got a randomized Pecha Berry, so that's great. This means that Hoppip is never going to get to learn Sleep Powder and will fall to the third Ancient Power. And to rub salt into that wound, the Ancient Power ends up getting the Omni Boost, giving Groudon a 33% boost to all of its stats. It was also at this point in the fight that I realized that I made a crucial misplay. You see, I had Vivillon out when Groudon first came in, meaning that I could have gone for a Protect, wasting an Ancient Power just as I'm doing now. However, because I didn't do that since I was awestruck by fear in the presence of Groudon, Vivillon unfortunately falls. This sacrifice, however, is certainly not in vain, since even though Groudon has boosted stats, its only current attacking move is Mudshot, and since Butterfree is a flying type, well, we've effectively soft-locked this Groudon, and we just have to wait for the poison to do its thing, meaning we actually claim the first gym badge, despite losing half of our team. Their sacrifices will not be forgotten. Seeing that half our team is gone, we're gonna need some new ones, starting off with this Swift Swim Rattata I found on Route 116. I also get another encounter in Rusturf Tunnel, which happens to be a Litwick with Volt Absorb, which is an awesome ability since all immunities are incredibly powerful. Moving on to Dewford, we have another slew of encounters to collect. First off, a Bunnelby with Poison Point. I then go fishing east of Dewford on Route 107 and pick myself up a Phantump. Flare Boost isn't really useful since Phantump is a physical attacker, and the minus attacking nature isn't great for that reason either. We can also do a spot of fishing north of Dewford on Route 106 where I find myself an Oshawott. Now, Oshawott is one of my favorites, but this one is a little bit different with the Imposter ability. Now, Imposter is amazing, particularly in a run where we know we're going to go up against super powerful Pokemon. This means we're ready to face Brawly, but unfortunately I've managed to over
अभी माँ जी का नाम ले लेना ना, आप बना भी देते।
Level Butterfree, so he's gonna have to sit this fight out. It's finally time to take on the second gym, and much like Roxanne, Brawly leads with a weak Pokemon in Totodile that's pretty easy to handle. This means Brawly only has his powerful Pokemon left, fittingly the Lord of the Sea, Lugia. There's really nothing I want to switch into this thing, so I end up just having to tank a Dragon Rush, which I surprisingly survive on 2 HP, allowing me to get off a Will-O-Wisp, which actually sticks this time around. I obviously can't stay in here if I want Litwick to survive, so I go ahead and swap out into Phantump, who gets hit by a gust that does a little bit less than half. For this reason, I figure I can tank another one, but it ends up getting a higher roll and just takes out my Phantump. From here, I get an opportunity to swap in my Rattata, which is a much better Pokemon than most people give it credit for. After a Gust does a little bit less than half, I use a Bite, which does massive damage with a crit, and a Burn takes it down into the red, which means that Brawly heals up with a Super Potion, getting almost all the way back to full. Between Bite and Burn, I almost get Lugia down to half the same turn that Brawly heals. Another Gust takes Rattata down into the red as I use Bite, which together with the Burn gets Lugia down into the red and into a range where a Quick Attack is enough to take it. Out. With only 4 deaths to my name right now, we're doing way better than I expected to. With our new level cap at 21 and my overuse of Rattata on our way to Mauville City, it quickly evolves into Eradicate. I then head to Route 110 to get my encounter, where I find a very peculiar Pokemon, Electric. And since I'm very much not a gambler, Moody is an incredibly risky ability. My luck is a lot better on Route 117, where my encounter is one of my starter choices, Starly. And much like Butterfree, it has a much worse ability in Overcoat than its natural ability Intimidate, but we're still gonna make do. In fact, we can evolve it right away into Staravia, as well as Bunnelby into Diggersby and Magikarp into Gyarados. Which means the time has come to take on Juggler Watson. And his first Pokemon is a Delibird, which is gonna be perfect setup fodder for my master plan. After putting it to sleep with Butterfree, I can easily swap in Diggersby and get in a couple of power-up punches before taking it out. This easily allows me to handle his second Pokemon, Gloom, and since his Mega Beedrill just decides to use Focus Energy, a +2 Rock Tomb is enough to take it out and seal the deal. Not too shabby for a gym fight, eh? Where are we supposed to be? Where are we going again? Teamwork organizational skills. Moving on, we now head north towards Lava Ridge Town, and in our way are these 4 rocks, and once I smash one of them, we run into our next encounter. And my goodness, it seems the good Lord Arceus has blessed me with Download Dratini. It could be a good while before this thing is an absolute masterpiece, but it certainly has the potential.
It sure is big. No, more like huge. It takes my breath away.
Wow, May, what a boost in confidence. I can't believe you can tell through my... Oh, you mean the volcano. Yeah, that would That would make a lot more sense. Emasculation and embarrassment aside, we can find our next encounter on Route 112, a Joltik. And while Gooey is an incredibly powerful ability, we really don't want Joltik to get hit, so it might not be as useful as you think. However, the special attack boosting nature is awesome. Rise, big boy, that's good. Excuse me? What? Moving on to Route 113, I find myself a Timber, and honestly, Strongjaw would be an awesome ability if it got any biting moves. Having ascended to the top of Mount Chimney at the behest of May, we now have to take on Team Aqua's leader, Archie. And I have no idea how this man put himself through engineering school, but his first Pokemon is a Mega Alakazam. Having started with Butterfree myself, I figure I can take one hit from this thing, but it just ends up going for the non-damaging Miracle Eye. I then hit it with a super effective Struggle Bug, but a Tangaberry reduces the damage it does. However, my intention was just to lower its special attack all along. I then swap into Giant Rat on a Disable, effectively allowing me to switch in for free as the Alakazam once again goes for Miracle Eye for some reason, and I can take it out with a Crunch. His second Pokemon is a Seadra, which I fairly easily eliminate with a couple of Hyper Fangs and a Quick Attack. His strongest Pokemon, Sharpedo, is randomized into an Archeops, which is an incredibly powerful Pokemon, so I immediately swap out into Rescue Rabbit, who gets hit by a Pluck. Another Pluck takes Diggersby down into the red, but it does activate its Poison Point ability, poisoning the Archeops before I can hit it with a Rock Tomb to lower its speed. At this point, I definitely have to swap Diggersby out the next turn, but the fact that this Archeops is holding a red card does it for me, sending in Copycat, who turns itself into the Archeops. I really don't want to risk the speed tie and be taken out here, so I go ahead and swap into Gyarados, even though the Ancient Power is super effective. It does a little bit over half, so another one would take us out. However, the poison puts Archeops into Fetus range, which halves its speed, allowing Gyarados to outspeed it, taking it out with a Dragon Rage. Moving on to the Jagged Path, we get another encounter, Krogunk. Now, Krogunk is the toxic mouth Pokemon, but maybe that vulgarity is the exact type of thing we need to fight fire with fire when Flannery unreasonably starts yelling at us. Ace Trainer Flannery is a nice midpoint in the game. Her Pokemon aren't at level 30, so we have the best chance possible that she doesn't have fully evolved Pokemon. That said, she starts with AZ's Floette as I send in Butterfree. I take the first turn to Poison Powder it as it just hits me with a quad-resisted Magical Leaf. From there, I go for a Struggle Bug just to lower its special attack, which does end up getting a critical hit despite doing pretty pitiful damage, as the Floette then goes for Wish. Knowing that it's going to get all its HP back, I need to swap into something that can do a little bit more damage, so I go ahead and swap into Raticate as it just sets up a Lucky Chant. The next turn I go for a Hyper Fang, which does about 75% to the Floette, which recovers back a bit of health with a Citrus Berry. It then tries to go for Lucky Chant again for some reason, which of course fails, allowing me to take it out the next turn with a Hyper Fang. This leads to Flannery sending in her superpowered Pokemon Mega Mewtwo X. Since it doesn't have any fighting type moves, I stay in as it goes for a Future Sight and hit it for neutral damage with a Crunch, which doesn't do too much. The next turn, Mewtwo goes for a Safeguard as I try to hit it for more damage with a Hyper Fang, which I guess does a little bit more. This is the turn I'm going to get hit by Future Sight, and I really don't want to swap anything in, so I just stay in and go for a Hyper Fang, and of course the Mewtwo has a Psychic Gem, allowing it to take out Giant Rat in one single hit. This is bad, since Flannery is imminently going to go for a Hyper Potion here, allowing me at least one free turn where I can go for a Bulldoze to lower Mewtwo's speed a bit. Ironically, the next turn Mewtwo goes for Psych Up, but it outspeeds me, so it can't steal the boost that I get from Power Up Punch. The next turn Mewtwo goes for Psych Up again, but the joke's on it since it doesn't have any physical moves, so it doesn't matter that I give it +1 attack. From there, I try to get a bit of damage with +1 Bulldoze and Quick Attack, but even with Stab, they're not making much of a dent against Mewtwo. It then once again sets up a Future Sight as I set up another Power Up Punch. From there, Mewtwo goes for Swift, which does a surprisingly low amount of damage as I can go for a Bulldoze, and with +2, it's enough to finish the Mewtwo off. Her final Pokemon is a Hitmontop, but a quick switch into Staravia and we've got the 4th badge in the bag. This in turn allows us access to the desert, where we can get ourselves another encounter, an Ammonite with Intimidate. It seems that Lord Helix has blessed this run as well. And since the new level cap is only 2 levels higher, all we can do is evolve our starter into a Shelgon, and it's time to face our father Norman. And ironically, the rule set of this run makes it so that the Norman fight is the most likely to be easier than the original. His 2 slacking in the base game can be cripplingly devastating, but Atropius, that much we can manage. This sends in our dad's special Pokemon, Mega Charizard Y. Since Staravia is only at about a third of its health, I swap it out for Rescue Rabbit, who can handle a Fire Fang a bit better. From there, Diggersby gets hit by another Fire Fang, taking it into the yellow as I hit the Charizard with a quad-effective Rock Tomb, lowering its speed. Unfortunately, Diggersby isn't faster than the Charizard, and I don't want to risk Rescue Rabbit's life, so I swap out into Gyarados, who gets hit by a Scary Face. This does mean Charizard is faster, but since the worst it can do to me is a resisted Fire Fang, I'll take my chances and take it out with a Dragon Rage. Norman's final Pokemon is then a Feebas, which is super ironic since it's the last Pokemon we face under the level 30 threshold. Having beaten Norman, we now get to go on a magical ride with Steven and Latios. And in the base game, this is where you're given your stupidly overpowered Mega Latios, but here it's randomized instead for me into a Scizor. And I gotta say, having access to Mega Scizor with Marvel Scale is awesome. I also pick up an encounter on Route 118, a Yamask. No, rather than describing it, I should just show you. Fine then, Steven, let me just pull out my microscope. Since the level cap is now 35, we can get some awesome evolutions like Staraptor and Cofagrigus. That makes our next opponent Ranger Winona, who starts out the fight strong with a Haxorus. I start out with Staraptor, but unfortunately I don't have Intimidate, which puts me in a pretty rough spot, and I decide to swap out. I swap into Scizor expecting a Dragon Claw, but Haxorus does something much worse, setting up with Dragon Dance. If I allow Haxorus to get enough Dragon Dances, things could easily get out of hand, and I could lose my entire team. Thankfully, the turn I Mega Evolve, the Haxorus ends up going for Dragon Claw, which does about 20% as I hit it with a Metal Claw. It does quite a bit of damage, but a Key Berry then boosts Haxorus' defense. The following turn, Haxorus gets greedy and sets up another Dragon Dance as I use a Metal Claw, which actually ends up getting me the attack boost. Unfortunately, the Metal Claw put Haxorus in range for Winona to use a Hyper Potion, and I miss my Metal Claw on top of that. Now at full health again, Haxorus goes for another Dragon Dance as I hit it with a Metal Claw, which does a bit less than half. Even at plus 3 attack, a resisted Dragon Claw doesn't do too much to Mega Scizor, and I can retaliate with a Metal Claw, which puts Haxorus in the red. Winona then gets super greedy, going for another Dragon Dance, which allows me to take out the Haxorus with a Metal Claw. Her second Pokemon is then a Feraligatr, but even at this health, I figure I can take an attack from it, and a Crunch doesn't even get me down into the red as I hit it with a critical hit slash. I don't want to take my chances against a crit here, however, so I swap out into Gyarados, who can tank a Crunch beautifully, and it doesn't even get the defense drop. From there, a Bulldoze the next turn is enough to end the Feraligatr. Winona's third Pokemon is another starter, Serperior. And since this matchup isn't awesome for Gyarados, I swap out into Butterfree as the Serperior goes for a Leaf Blade, which is boosted by a Grass Gem. However, since it's quad resisted, it barely does any damage anyway. Butterfree then gets Leech Seeded before going for a Struggle Bug, which just does barely below half. The next turn, Butterfree gets hit by a Slam, taking it down into the yellow as I go for a Struggle Bug, taking Serperior down into the red. However, after Leech Seed, Serperior gets back into the yellow, and I really don't want to stay in to take another Slam, so I have to swap out. At this point, however, Staraptor can easily come in and take out the Serperior with an Aerial Ace. This just leaves Winona with one Pokemon, and since we haven't seen a Legendary yet, that means Mega Latios. Not wanting to be obliterated by a Mist Ball, I swap into Cofagrigus, who honestly doesn't take the Mist Ball as well as I'd hoped, being hit for over half. I am able to tank another one though after my Citrus Berry, but I just learned that this Latios has a Life Orb. The next Mist Ball takes Cofagrigus down into the red at just 18 HP as I retaliate with a Hex, taking Latios into the yellow. In order to keep Cofagrigus around, I swap out into Rescue Rabbit, who gets hit by a Mist Ball, which again does over half. I was really hoping that Diggersby's Quick Attack would be enough to do the trick here, but it just chips Latios a bit, moving it into the red as it takes me out with a Mist Ball. Oh well, I guess that puts Staraptor on Quick Attack duty as well, finishing off the Latios and getting us the 6th Gym Badge. With the level cap jumping 10 levels, we can evolve a lot of Pokemon, first of which being Joltik into Galvantula. Krogunk then felt it wasn't enough to be the Toxic Mouth Pokemon and figured it would just flip everyone off as it evolves into Toxicroak. Finally, we also evolve Lord Helix into Omastar.
Did you come here to pay your respects to the spirits of departed Pokemon? You must care a lot about your Pokemon.
Don't remind me. Now that Team Aqua's stolen a submarine, I guess we're gonna have to deal with them. Oh boy, Archie really does spread his swimmer grunts around. Alright, let's have... Okay, that's not the type of Free Willy I was expected to see. Heading on towards Moss Deep City, we can get another few encounters, the first of which being a Noivern. And honestly, Pixelate is fantastic, since later when we get Boom Burst, it'll increase our coverage with a Fairy-type move. I also take a quick detour to Shoal Cave where I find myself a Magneton. And Quick Feet is pretty useless since Magneton can't very easily get poisoned or paralyzed. At this stage in the game, we've reached the problem zone. From here on out, every single boss trainer has a full team of 6 Pokemon, and to make matters worse, the first fight we have to take on is the double battle versus Tate and Liza. Another small wrinkle that makes this battle in particular really tough is that the next level cap is 46, and we actually have a lot of fighting to do in between Tate and Liza and Wallace. For this reason, I have to go in slightly under-leveled at around level 43 with all my Mons. I get very lucky that my Intimidate hits 2 physical attackers, as the Escavalier then sets up with Iron Defense. From there, Jiraigumo uses an Electric Gem boosted Volt Switch on Escavalier that really doesn't do too much damage and amazingly activates its Cell Battery, boosting its attack stat. I decide to Volt Switch out into my Cofagrigus as the Haxorus sets up its speed and attack with a Dragon Dance. And while my Blizzard fortunately hits, it doesn't do too much damage since it's a spread move and I don't have access to Ice Beam yet. The next turn, Haxorus taunts my Cofagrigus as the Escavalier dodges my Blizzard, which is fine since I was just aiming to take out the Haxorus anyway. Cofagrigus then unfortunately can't go for Will-O-Wisp because of the taunt, which means that this critical hit X-Scissor does massive damage versus Omastar. And from there, the twins' next Pokemon is a Mega Gyarados. Great. I decide to let Omastar use Protect the next turn, which works out beautifully as the Gyarados targets it with a Hydro Pump. I then hit the Escavalier with a Shadow Ball and dodge another X-Scissor with Protect. Since Omastar's low on health and at risk to a Hydro Pump, I decide to swap into my Gyarados, who can easily tank a Hydro Pump. From there, Cofagrigus uses another Shadow Ball, which I didn't think would take out the Escavalier, but a critical hit does the job. From there, the twins' next Pokemon is an Aerodactyl. And since both my opponents have Dark-type moves, I decide to swap out Cofagrigus for Scizor since I don't think it can handle being double-teamed. However, the Aerodactyl instead hits Gyarados with a takedown that does massive damage, and I retaliate back with an Ice Fang that does over half. To end the turn, Mega Gyarados sets up the rain. On my side of the field, I now have 2 Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, but I figure that Scizor is probably going to be my best bet. After Mega Evolving, Scizor takes out Aerodactyl with a Bullet Punch. I then decide to use Bulldoze with Gyarados. Since Scizor is already slow, it won't do too much damage, and we can at least lower the speed of my opponent's Gyarados. From there, I end up losing the Gyarados showdown, being taken down by Mega Gyarados' Crunch. And of course, Tate and Liza's next Pokemon had to be a Reshiram, at least the rain's up. And I do intend on capitalizing on that rain by using a 100% accurate Thunder, which does about 70% to the Gyarados and paralyzes. I then thought I'd be able to tank a quad-effective Flamethrower from Reshiram in the rain, but that was obviously wrong. Mega Gyarados then strikes back against Jiraigumo, taking it out with a single rain-boosted Stab Aqua Tail. With only 3 Pokemon left to choose from, I send in my Staraptor and Cofagrigus. And Staraptor can instantly have my vengeance against Gyarados, taking out the rest of its health with a close combat. Reshiram then hits Staraptor with a Dragon Breath, which takes it all the way from full down into the red, and Cofagrigus can then poison it with Toxic. Wait, another Haxorus? Staraptor, despite being at low health, can still make itself very useful going for Fly as the Haxorus sets up with Dragon Dance. From there, Reshiram tries to take out Starboy but misses since it's in the air, and I can burn the Haxorus with a Will-O-Wisp, effectively nullifying the threat. Because of the Dragon Dance, Haxorus is the fastest Pokemon on the field, taunting Cofagrigus before Starboy takes out half of Haxorus' health. Right before it's turned into fried chicken, unfortunately. Cofagrigus is now the only Pokemon that hasn't used its move this turn, and I can use Hex for extra damage versus the Reshiram before they both take some status damage. I then send in the only Pokemon I have left, Omastar, which can at least lower Haxorus' attack. I use Protect with Omastar to rack up status damage, but both of the opposing dragons target it, which means I get a free turn to go for Hex, taking out the Reshiram. However, unfortunately the burn at the end of the turn leaves Haxorus in the red, which means that Tate and Liza heal it up all the way to full with a Hyper Potion. This is very luckily not a full restore, because after Omastar uses Ancient Power, I can use Hex with Cofagrigus, which is powered up by Haxorus' burn, and together with that burn is enough to take it out. So that was a pretty intense fight, leaving us with only 2 Pokemon left, and honestly, I'd love to try a Nuzlocke with only double battles, so if that's something you guys would want, let me know, because I figure that would be pretty chaotic. It's getting pretty crowded up in here, and because of all our fallen comrades, we need some replacements, so I decide to level Timber all the way up to Conkeldurr. And we're sure gonna need those team members, cause it's time for the final showdown versus Rich Boy Archie. He's become too drunk on power and other stuff. A total menace to civilized society that must be stopped. His first Pokemon is a Gengar, and I'm very lucky that it's not a Mega as I send in my own Magneton. A Shadow Ball from the Gengar does massive damage, even getting the special defense drop before I can hit it with a Volt Switch, swapping out into Conkeldurr. From there, Gengar hits it with a Shadow Punch, which is vexing since Shadow Ball would do way more damage, and I can just take out the Gengar with an Earthquake since I know it has pressure and not levitate. Next is Mega Latios, which is incredibly threatening for our fighting type here, so I swap out into Omastar, who can get an Intimidate on the Switch. The Latios then uses Telekinesis, which boosts its accuracy for a few turns. Now that I've gotten off the Intimidate, Omastar has done its job, and I swap out into Cofagrigus, who gets hit by a Zen Headbutt for basically no damage. Latios then uses Telekinesis again to make Cofagrigus a bit easier to hit, as I use Toxic to get it poisoned. From there, Latios does about another 6th with a Zen Headbutt as I go for Hex, and to my great surprise, it just one-shots the Latios cleanly. Archie's next Pokemon is Electros, which immediately hits me with a Discharge for pretty good damage as I leave it with a burn from Will-O-Wisp. Another Discharge from Electros leaves Cofagrigus at just 3 HP as I try to go for Hex and learn that Electros has Wonder Guard. There's nothing I really want to swap into a Discharge here, and even if I swapped in Magneton who's at low health, I couldn't do anything to Wonder Guard anyway. Since Electric only has one weakness in ground, there's just one answer on my team for this thing, and that's Conkeldurr's Earthquake, which I picked up in the room before this fight. Archie's next Pokemon is Lucario, and figuring I can take one hit from this thing, I stay in, but it just goes for Metal Sound, so I can clean take it out with an Earthquake. Then there's Gigalith, but a couple of Earthquakes handles it as well. The only thing it actually managed to do is set up Stealth Rock before Archie sends in his final Pokemon, his Mega Evolvable Swampert. At this stage, Conkeldurr's at about half, and I'm expecting a water move here, so I go ahead and swap in my Noivern as it Mega Evolves into Mega Swampert. And while Muddy Water doesn't do too much, together with Stealth Rock, Noivern's at about half health too. The next turn, I hit the Swampert with a Super Fang to deal half of its health, as a Rock Slide is then unfortunately enough to take out Albion. At Swampert's current HP, I'm way more confident that Conkeldurr can handle it. However, unfortunately Conkeldurr is slower than construction work is in real life, and is left in red as I go for a Power-Up Punch, and I really expected to outspeed this thing, meaning that I have to switch out the next turn into my Butterfree. You might think Butterfree a strange choice since it takes half of its health from Stealth Rock, but it's got decent enough special defense, so I'm confident I can take one Muddy Water and then counterattack with a Bug Buzz, taking out the Swampert, granting me the victory. We did lose Albion, but at least we get a branded spell in the end phase. Hey, cool that Steven's got a Corviknight, but is it really smart to fly on a metal bird in a light? Oh. Being on cleanup duty after Team Aqua's mischief, we have to deal with Primal Celebi, and dealing with it wasn't very hard. And speaking of things that weren't very hard, no, not like that, sicko. No, I'm talking about my final gym fight with Wallace, which despite being the last gym fight, was incredibly easy. And aside from legally questionable comments from this man, Victory Road was pretty manageable as well. From here I have to start making preparations for my final team, and decide what's coming with me to the Elite Four, so I first evolved Dratini into Dragonair. From there, I take care of the most long-awaited evolution of the run, evolving my starter into Salamence. Then to evolve my final team member, I have to head over to New Mauville and level up Magneton once to get it to evolve into Magnezone. From there, I decided my final team. Great Moth the Butterfree with Bug Buzz, Psybeam, Quiver Dance, and Sleep Powder. Destructotron the Quick-Footed Magnezone with Charge Beam, Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, and Flash Cannon. Third is Fossil Dig the Intimidating Omastar with Surf, Ancient Power, Ice Beam, and Protect. Next up is Download Dragonair, the true Draco-slaying king with Dragon Rush, Aquatail, Thunderwave, and Twister. And as you can see, I've almost gotten Dragonair up to level 53 because the plan is to try and get it to 55 during the Elite Four so that we can have a Dragonite for at least the champion. But since I've set the level cap at 52, we can't have a Dragonite going in, and I'm gonna have to rely on my TMs to update its moveset. Second to last is Copycat the Imposter, which has a moveset full of HMs since its moves don't matter at all. I've also given it the Choice Scarf that I found during my travels to synergize well with its ability. Finally, the one who started it all, Curse of Dragon, the Justified Salamence, with Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Crunch, and Thunderfang. Not to forget that handy little Megastone we found along the way. And with that, the time has come to take on the Elite Four. My first opponent is botanist Sydney, who leads the fight with a mag mortar, which is unfortunate since I decided to lead with my volt switching magnazone. It's safe to say that I resorted to regular switching instead, swapping it out into my salamence as it went for flamethrower, which has the best animation in the game. The flamethrower very fortunately doesn't get the 10% to burn me, and I can take out the mag mortar with an earthquake. Sydney then sends in an Altaria, which is very unfortunate for him since it's easy pickings for a Dragon Claw. Third is Dodrio, and since this thing only has normal and flying type moves, I figured it would be a good opportunity to possibly set up with my magnazone. To make things even better, it decides to lock itself into Uproar. The next turn I hit Dodrio with a charge beam that one-shots and boosts my special attack. However, my setup plans were completely wasted since Sydney has a salamence of his own, and since it's got flamethrower, I go ahead and swap out into Omastar. I get off the Intimidate, and since I quad resist flamethrower, it barely does anything. It's here I learned that salamence is life orbed, but since it's been intimidated, Zen Headbutt doesn't do too much damage, and an Ice Beam is of course enough to knock it out. His fifth Pokemon is Empoleon, so I swap back into Mega Salamence as it goes for Mist, and I can then take it out with an Earthquake. Sydney's final Pokemon is Swellow, who I guess is a high schooler in a hurry since it's got Turbo Blaze. It of course gets Turbo Fried by my Magnazone's Thunderbolt as I seize the victory. 1 down and 3 to go means that it's Phoebe time. She leads off the battle with Cherim, which is absolutely perfect as I send in Butterfree. The Sandstorm is a minor inconvenience here as it'll do a bit of chip damage every turn, but I go ahead and set up a Quiver Dance as it uses Takedown, which does a surprising amount of damage for being a Cherim. I then absolutely nuke it with a Bug Buzz as Phoebe sends in her legendary Regirock. This isn't a huge deal though, since I can just put it to sleep with Quiver Dance, and then as the Sandstorm takes me below half, a Citrus Berry heals me up a bit. From there, I set up another Quiver Dance and take out the Regirock with another couple Bug Buzzes. She then sends in a Magcargo, which I once again just put to sleep with Sleep Powder. I then figure I'm free to set up another Quiver Dance, however, I'm not quite as lucky as versus Regirock, and this time Magcargo wakes up right away, going for Shell Smash to boost its stats. However, at this stage, I've boosted my own speed so much with Quiver Dance that effectively that Shell Smash just lowered Magcargo's special defense, allowing me to more easily take it out with a Psybeam. Her Greninja then folds to Bug Buzz, and shortly thereafter, Roserade to Psybeam. This just leaves her with her final Pokemon, Aurorus, and I honestly thought I could one-shot it with a Bug Buzz, however, it survives deep in the red and does some damage to me with a Roap Berry. Its color change ability then swaps it into a Bug type as it goes for Hail, which ironically means it's not an Ice type anymore and takes damage from Hail, which grants me the victory. I mean, I'll take it, I guess. Third in the Elite Four Gauntlet is Glacio.
हाँ यही हूँ।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती मुझे इसमें भी।
अरे चप्पल में कील घुस गई, वो निकाल रहा हूँ मैं। ये कहाँ गया?
Wow. This is a nice view. Ah, here we go. Now I can turn back time. Look at that. No, 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 no! Jesus! Oh, there you are. Sure hope you're doing okay out there, Sam. Okay, Sully, I made it! This is gonna be loud! Sully, heads up! Sorry! Handle broke!
हाँ शायद
I'm gonna have to ring it myself. Here we go. Go, climb. Gotta get up. Okay, go, climb. Gotta get up. Oh, holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Sully. Oh, shit. At least I got the door open, though, huh?
That's one way to do it. You all right?
I don't know yet. You?
Jeff?
Come on. Let's see what Abe... All right.
ऐसे एक सेकंड आता हूँ मैं
Okay, I'm there.
Hey, look. The coin. You want it?
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see what's down here.
Fingers crossed.
Which means कि coin का अभी और use है.
Sam, fine.
एक बार chat देख लेंगे.
Are you okay?
Just searched my town. I got nothing.
Yeah? No. We're definitely in the right place. Make your way over here.
Are you serious? Okay, I'm on my way.
He's coming.
Good.
Sully, you're old. I can tell you.
Sully.
Way ahead of you. Whoa. Hey, are those our boys?
Yep. Henry Avery, Thomas too. Partners in crime.
And what is this?
Founders. Founders of what?
Worst scavenger hunt ever?
There are Avery and 2 sigils. These are a little different, though.
Yeah. They got those star patterns on them.
They turn. But which way are they supposed to go?
Okay. Should we go look?
Yeah, just a second.
More pirate symbols.
Adam Baldridge, Anne Bonny, and Christopher Condent.
अच्छा मुझे के साथ भी हो सकता है. यार मुझे इसका तो पता नहीं है. कुछ हद करना पड़ेगा मैं कुछ.
I mean, there's too many permutations.
I say we see where that door leads. Still hoping for some treasure, yeah?
You and me both. Hey, look, I was right. Baldridge, Bonny, and Condent.
Splendid. But why are they here in the first place?
Well, let's find out. Wow, that mustache. It's almost as impressive as yours.
It's all right.
Nah. Hey, look at these stars. They're just like the ones on the Avery and 2 sigils in the other room.
Yeah, you're right.
That's right. Condent went by Billy One Hand. Guess he had one made. Here's another one of those star patterns.
Yeah, but this one's different than that first one.
Oh, yeah. Good catch.
Thank you. See, I'm not just a pretty face. What do you think?
Those Avery and 2 sigils. The stars on those lined up, remember? Bet these line up too.
सो ये कुछ ऐसा हो सकता है लाइक इसको अगर हम रखें यहाँ और वेट सबसे लेफ्ट में जा रहे हैं इसको अगर मैं कर दूँ ऐसे ठीक इसको मैंने रख दिया यहाँ अच्छा इसको अगर मैं करूँ ऐसे रोटेट और इसको अब रखूँ ये भी सही नहीं है वन और 3 का सीन ये तो कुछ नहीं बना रहा
यही होना चाहिए, लेफ्ट डाउन डाउन।
And another doorway.
Yeah.
So, who are these guys?
That's, they are,
You don't know, do you?
Hey, there were a lot of pirates out there, you know?
So we're stuck.
No, we're not stuck. But give me your phone.
What, you're gonna phone a friend?
Close. Text a brother. There.
You know, these are actually some nice paintings. If we don't find the treasure, maybe we could sell them to a museum.
Let's find those star patterns.
Okay, just saying.
William Mays.
American?
Yeah, from Rhode Island. Just like Thomas, too. Here we go. Hey, you still in the tower?
Yeah, just climb back down. What's with the picture you just sent?
I'll fill you in later. For now, just tell me who's who.
Well, the dolphins are Richard Want, the trident is Joseph Farrell, and the two hands with the pearl is William Mays.
All right, great. Just stay where there's good reception. I might need your help again.
Nathan, did you find the treasure?
No, not yet, but I got a mechanism to solve here. I'll let you know.
Books, globe. This Want guy looks like a scholar.
Hey, Richard Want. He was the captain of the Dolphin.
Whew. Looks like he and Baldridge were in a best wig competition.
Hey, Sully, give me a hand.
You got it.
Thanks. Is it straight?
Who the hell cares?
Well, I care. There.
God, look at Farrell's face. Looks like he'd rather be anywhere else.
जर्नल देखते हैं। Oh my god! What the fuck? This means dolphin, trident और pearl. Want, Ferrell और Mace के हैं, ठीक है ना? 3 और 3 मैच कर सकता है। मुझे पजल मैच कैसे कर पाऊँ? इसको एक काम करते हैं। टाइम ऑफ क्या है, क्योंकि ये ऊपर रहता है। यहाँ ऐसे रख सकते हैं, which means कि मुझे इस वाले को कुछ ऐसा रखना है। Wait. अच्छा, ये तो लाइक हो ही जाएगा ना फिर, लाइक बंद करो इसको। वाइट वन ऊपर, साइड एंड नीचे। अच्छा, तो मतलब ये वाले में दिक्कत है और नॉट। अच्छा, अपना ये देखिएगा क्या गलती कर रहा हूँ मैं। मे बी मुझे इन दोनों को मैच कराना हो और फॉन्ट वाला मैं गलत रखा हूँ। इसलिए इसको मैं ना छेड़ूं, इसको छेड़ दूंगा। क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं हो चलेगा, इतना तो मैं समझ लूँ। वेट, ये चल सकता है, ये चल सकता है। फिर मुझे एक सेकंड लेकर के देखते हैं। ये हो गया। Oh my God! I am so intelligent. Wait, मेरे को अपनी चैट देखनी पड़ेगी। I'm going so intelligent now.
Okay, so who do we have here? You know, I'm honestly shocked you don't know this stuff.
Don't. I do. I just want to make sure Sam knows. You know, because he likes to feel useful, that's all.
Aha, of course. Shit, what happened here?
A torch probably fell or something. Come on, let's see what's left.
एडवर्ड इंग्लैंड है, याजिद अल बसरा। इसमें स्टार साइन भी कैसे दिखा?
Huh. No name. This guy's getup looks Moorish. Found the stars, but who are you? Ooh, Sam texted me back. Ah, see there, Sully? Turns out Sam doesn't know everything either.
Gloating is unseemly.
Yeah, I know. Let's just look at the paintings. Edward England.
Stout little fellow.
That's two. Huh. Yazid al-Basra.
Looks Indian.
Close. Muggle.
Wait, aren't the Muggles the ones Avery robbed?
Honor among thieves.
Yeah, like that's ever the case.
Where is the star? But really, where is the star? We need to know.
That's three. I don't recognize this guy.
Looks a lot younger than the other pirates.
And four.
Now let's look at this. उसने बताया था कि उसने मंकी वाला कभी नहीं देखा है।
All right, I got the names of two of them. We should still be able to figure this out.
How am I supposed to do this? Oh, wait. Because corners ना और दो देखा जाए तो इसी में अब मे भी मुझे ये वाला रोटेट करना है। मुझे ये वाला रोटेट करना है। This makes sense. Done. Which means this is the monkey one. Which means single side, which means this is good. It does make this one does make sense, but we don't have the names. Wait, we could do this like main goes right, main goes left, tire left down, left down. ये दो तो सही है। अगर मैं ये चीज़ देखूं तो kind of makes sense कि इधर नहीं लगेगा। और फिर उस हिसाब से ये जाएगा कुछ ऐसे। इसमें से उल्टा है और ऐसा है।
Boom.
What do we got?
What is this?
Not sure yet.
Maybe send it to Sam?
Really?
Hey, you're the one who said he's the pirate expert. Just saying.
Okay, that's one. And two. Last one. All right, let's see what he makes of them.
You know, that kind of looks...
Hold on.
What are you doing? You just took pictures.
Hold that. You know, Avery's recruits wouldn't have had smartphones, obviously.
Obviously.
So this would have been the only way for them to get to the next clue.
These are clues.
Yeah, let me see. Voila.
Oh, all right. These could be trade winds, yeah, and these look like latitudes, and I would guess that we are packing our bags again, Boyle. What?
Prodeus Code Licentia. Oh, no, it can't be.
Can't be what?
Oh my God, it's so obvious.
Nate.
Why didn't I see this before?
Jesus, enough of the beautiful mind shit. What the hell are you talking about?
Hang on. Sam, did you get the photos?
Here I am. I'm calling what I thought was Sullivan's phone, and look who picks up. How you been, Nate?
Hey, Rafe. Been a long time. How did you get this number? Sullivan leave it on a cocktail napkin?
I wish. That only would have cost me a few shots of rum, right? No, I had to pay top dollar to find you guys.
Yeah. I hope you didn't spend too much on this whole Avery thing. I hear the competition's fierce.
Yeah, you pulled off some clever moves there. But in the end, all that matters is who gets to Avery's treasure first.
Oh, that sounds like a bet.
Hey, Nate, you know I'm always game, but my partner, well, she prefers to mitigate unnecessary risks.
Wow. Rafe Adler, taking orders from somebody else. Oh, how times have changed.
Look, Nate, I'm gonna make you a one-time offer here. You drop everything. Go home, live your life. I'm willing to forgive and forget. For old time's sake.
As tempting as that sounds, Rafe, I gotta say, I'm not normally the kind of guy who likes to quit while he's ahead.
Okay. Rodeus Quota sent you. For God and liberty. These are nice pictures, Nate. Good composition.
You hacked our phones.
You stole my cross. Listen, Nate. If you're half as smart as you think you are, you'll accept my offer. What's it gonna be?
Listen, as nice as it's been to catch up with you, I really gotta take this call, so...
Well, Nate, one more thing. Nate!
What?
You do realize that your phones are equipped with GPS, right? I'll see you soon, buddy.
Fucking real yara. Oh.
Shit.
Let me guess. Goons with guns on their way here now.
Sam, for God and liberty. Nathan, do you understand what this means?
Sam, listen to me. Get off the streets right now and destroy your phone.
What's going on?
Rafe knows where we are. You gotta find someplace to hide. Sam? Sam!
Damn it. Hey! I'll buy you a new one.
Run. सैम खतरे में है हमारा बड़ा भाई तुझे कुछ नहीं होने देंगे वो तो हम मेन गेट से नहीं जा रहे हैं जब हमें पता है कि वो बाहर ही खड़े होगा
Sully. I think that's Sam's tower.
It's definitely Sam's tower. Come on. This way. Pardon me.
Excuse me? Excuse me, what? How long you think before Rafe gets here?
Let's not stick around to find out.
Sorry, pal.
Come on, down here, Nate. Nate, watch out!
Shit! Everyone out of the way!
Fun yet?
Just keep heading downhill.
Brilliant.
Nick, more of them.
Hang on.
Oh, Christ.
Get out of the way!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Careful. Nick, it's that goddamn truck again. Please don't run anyone over.
Sorry!
Sam's Tower's at the bottom of this hill. Keep going down. Hey, that was clean long.
Nathan watching again. It's like a maze here.
Well, just keep heading down. We need to keep heading downhill.
Hang on!
Where the hell are you going?
You're the one who said just head down. Coming through!
Oh, this was really a great idea, Nate.
Do you want to drive?
No, you're doing just fine.
See? I got it. Oh, crap. These guys don't give up. Okay, through here.
Oh, stop, stop, stop!
Stick shift.
Come on, get out of here. Go!
I'm just gonna cut through here. What am I supposed to do now?
Hey, up those stairs!
सारे रास्ते तो बंद है वहां से
Crap! These guys don't give up. Crap! These guys don't give up. Okay, through here.
Oh, stop, stop, stop!
Stick shift.
Come on, get out of here. Go!
I'm just gonna cut through here. What am I supposed to do now?
Hey, up those stairs!
Here we go.
Whoa!
Man, Rafe really wants us out of the picture.
Yeah, you think?
I think we lost him.
Hey, Nate,
Yeah?
we can never, ever come back to this city.
Add it to the list.
whoa, watch it!
Really?
You got a 4x4, go around.
Hang on!
Sorry, fellas. First-time driver here. Yeah, we'll be out of your way in a second.
All right. Let's see that truck get past that. Come on!
Come right! Wait!
Don't worry, I got this.
Got this, I got this!
I don't got this!
Oh, shit!
We're close. Keep an eye out for Sam.
Hey, I think that's him. Right there.
Hold on!
What do you think I've been doing?
How do we get to him?
Damned if I know. Just keep following that convoy. Damn. You think they sent enough goons after us?
Well, we're still alive, so maybe not.
Sorry about the chickens. Hey, we need to hurry.
Come on!
There they are.
See any way to get to Sam?
Not yet. We're running out of road, kid.
I know.
Nate. Nate.
Here,
टेंशन नहीं है।
Time to bail. Sam! Sam! Brother! Get closer! Try! Okay, hop on! Sam, get in the goddamn car! I'm faster! Stop arguing! Watch out!
Nat, no, sorry, Nate. You have to come out, brother. Oh, fuck out of here.
Get out of here!
जल्दी निकल.
No blimmin' way he could have survived that.
Why chance it?
That's not good. Holy shit, he's still...
Holy shit!
Fuck.
Yeah. You good? Yeah. Let's get out of here.
बहुत मस्त भाई. ये क्या हो रहा है? ये क्या हो रहा है?
All right, I think the coast is clear.
ये क्या हो रहा है? ये क्या हो रहा है?
All right.
ये तो नाच रहे हैं भाई, ये क्या हो रहा है? ग्लिच कर रही है गेम.
Pro Deus cor licentia. This looks like a simple cipher.
For God and liberty. I mean, it's their damn motto. All the paradise references. I can't believe we missed it.
See, you two made it out okay.
Way better than okay. We found Libertalia.
Liber what are you?
Libertalia. Seems Avery founded the legendary pirate colony.
It's more of a pirate utopia, really.
Okay, but what about the treasure?
See, as the story goes, this place provided a safe haven for hundreds, maybe even thousands of pirates, and they shared everything. Property, resources.
Money?
And they kept it all in one common treasury building.
Okay. So, where is this commie pirate sanctuary?
Right here. That island, just northeast of Kings Bay.
Rafe has a copy of this.
Yeah, well, by the time Rafe figures it out, we'll be well on our way to Libertalia. I'm telling you, that treasure is as good as ours. Shit.
How's the Malaysia job going, Nate?
Elena, oh my fucking god.
Seems like
Elena,
you're a hair
blah,
off
blah, blah.
course.
Elaine, it's not what it looks like.
Really? Because what it looks like is that you're searching for Henry Avery's buried treasure. And given the shoreline soldiers that are all over town, I'd bet you're not the only ones looking for it.
All right, well, I guess it's kind of what it looks like. But I can explain. Look, it's gonna sound crazy.
Try me.
For starters, this is Sam. Sam Drake. My brother.
I'm sorry.
I thought he had died in a Panamanian jail, but I was obviously very wrong. He's been stuck in there for 15 years, and it's because of me. And the guy who broke him out wants a lot of money, and the only way we can pay off the debt is Avery's treasure. But that's the good news. We found it. It's on an island just off the coast.
Okay, just stop. Was there ever a Malaysia job?
Shit.
Come on, wait. Elena, wait!
I don't get you.
Look, I wanted to tell you.
You know what? Enough.
No, I wanted to, but how could I?
I don't know. Just say it.
I had to protect you.
That is bullshit, Nate. You just didn't have the nerve to face me again.
I knew you would react like this.
How would you react? You lied to me for weeks. If you were killed, I wouldn't have even known about it. And now you have a brother. Who are you?
Come on. I'm me. Come on, it's me. It's different this time. I have to save him. I don't even care about the treasure.
The look on your face when you walked into this room. If you're done lying to me, then you should stop lying to yourself. I got a plane to catch. You do what you have to do.
Hey, what are you doing? Go after her.
We're not done here.
Well, maybe we should be.
What are you saying?
I'm saying maybe there's a smarter way to save Sam.
Such as?
Such as we give him a new identity. We Put him in hiding somewhere.
He's been in prison for 15 years. He's not going into hiding.
Okay, fine. You go after your wife. Sam and I will head off for Libertalia.
Without me? Come on, you'll get both of you killed.
Really? Kid, I've been doing this for a hell of a long time. I think I might be able to
Hey,
handle...
you want to be helpful, Sullivan? Go keep an eye on her.
Whatever you say.
Need a hand?
Got it. So pack your bags.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Land ho.
हाँ मम्मी यार नमकीन चावल फिर से
What do you think about that, huh?
That's pretty cool.
Take the wheel for a second. All this running around, surviving by the skin of our teeth. I think we've actually taken a moment to step back and appreciate just how far we've come. Huh? Sic parvis magna.
Sic parvis magna.
Yeah. Listen, little brother. She will get over it. And we bring back a treasure like that, anyone would.
I don't know. Maybe I've done this one too many times.
Huh. Somehow I imagined it bigger.
Yeah, well, we're definitely in the right place. We'll find us a spot to set ashore.
Oh, I mean, at least there's an island, right?
Yeah, at least there's an island. Just keep an eye out for anything man-made.
Ah, you mean pirate-made.
Sure.
So, maybe Libertalia is more of a small beachside shack.
Yeah, maybe it's a tree house.
Or maybe Avery spent his entire fortune setting up this treasure hunt and ran out of money to actually build Libertalia. You know, crazy worldwide treasure hunt aside, Avery had the right idea. It's a strange feeling. Like we're finally on the verge of something really great, and I'm excited and terrified all at once. You have any idea what I'm talking about?
I do.
Nathan, up there.
Ouch!
I'm back.
Well, that definitely qualifies as man-made.
Pirate-made.
Let's go on a final trip to find the treasure. Brother, is there any way that we can go up there? काट दिए वहीं रसोई में What is it?
Huh. It's a door of some kind. Covering a chamber?
A massive chamber. For storing a bunch of treasure?
No way. Not with his ego. Wherever Avery put the treasure is going to be the most elaborate place we've seen yet. And it would be well protected, too.
That makes sense. It's like an old lookout tower. Well, let's see if we can spot something from up there.
Okay, up we go. Sam, this way.
This looks promising.
Okay, this is the final puzzle, maybe? Maybe, I really don't know.
Huh. Some kind of symbol.
It's like a compass arrow.
know to do that?
Well, there's one thing I've learned from you. Press everything. Down there, the same symbol.
Their arrow.
Let's go find out where it's pointing, huh? Come on. Boat's right below us.
Yep.
भाई ये मतलब सैम भी सोचता नहीं होगा कई बार कि लाइक इतनी तगड़ी तगड़ी जंप मार देता है और फिर इतने छोटे छोटे पार्ट मार देता है.
Why don't you use the rope and rappel down?
Let's follow these arrows, see where they go.
Okay.
Come on, we're shipping out.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Brother, why? Oh, there it is.
Hey, look. Another arrow over there. You want to rejoin our little adventure?
अरे हट जाना जाने भी नहीं दे रहा क्या कर रहा है पता नहीं
See another one of those arrows.
Whoops. Damn it.
खराब क्यों चल रही है ये
Sorry about that.
Looks like that one's pointing to that cave over there. Giant gate.
Good sign. Secret cave, stairs. This looks promising.
Man, we're lucky no one ever found this place. Whole thing would be a tourist attraction.
People there, but oh, that's weird. Why is it?
Here we go.
You gotta admit, this is pretty cool.
What? Climbing this cliff?
Yes! Climbing this cliff on a giant secret pirate island? I mean, come on.
Just a little higher. We can swing off that branch. All right, back in business.
Okay, hold on. Gotta not fall to my death over here.
Wow, Avery wasn't much for subtlety or understatement, was he?
Well, he had the money. You got it, flown it, right? So, does this qualify as the most elaborate place we've seen yet?
It's up there.
Come on, let's get a closer look.
Oh, look. The main entrance is blocked by debris.
आता हूँ guys.
Again. Well, I guess Avery's builders clearly didn't take...
देख रहा है तो देखें ज़रा डिस्कॉर्ड पे देखते हैं भविष्य है क्या
Take hundreds of years of erosion into account. Clearly. I need to find another way around.
Hey, Sam. Come on, give me a hand with this.
Yeah, sure. Okay, come on through. Thank you. Sure thing. Jeez. Lots of lifting and crawling under things, huh?
The glamorous life of a treasure hunter.
Spectacular. What the fuck is this?
What do you suppose this place was?
These arches remind me of the St. Dismas Cathedral, but I don't know.
Ah!
Come on. See what you can find up there.
You got it.
Well,
There's a path, but I don't see another way up yet. So, hold on.
Sam! You okay?
At least I'm on the other side. Okay. Still need to get you up here. Hang tight.
Sam! Anything? Sam, hey! You still there? God damn it. Let's see here. I ruined my marriage. Drove my best friend away. Got 2 psychos in their army after me. And now my brother's gone missing. But on the bright side, there's no one around to tell me I'm an idiot.
You're already up here?
Where were you?
Finding a way to get you up here. All right. Just jump across then.
Thanks.
Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine. Let's keep going.
Okay. Look at that craftsmanship. Nice view.
You didn't hear me?
When?
Back there. I called out to you.
I didn't hear you. Why, were you worried?
I was worried you got distracted.
Oh, I'm distracted now.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Shall we?
Yeah, let's.
Anything? Hang on a second.
तो इधर आने नहीं था, मैं चिल में आ गया।
Sam! No good, it's a dead end. All right, we'll head on back then.
तो अच्छा मैं समझा किसके लिए है।
Oh, I'm not gonna make it! No, no, no! We don't need that. You're already up there. Keep going.
I think that we यहाँ पे रास्ता है।
There's a path down here.
Great, right behind you. Here I come. How you doing?
Not this way.
Nice jump. Sam, in here.
Got it.
All right, looks like we're still on the right track.
It's a long drop.
यहाँ कुछ तो होगा हैंग करने के लिए या तो खुद लटकने के लिए या लटकने के लिए इसके इधर से
How did no one find this?
ये रहा ट्रेजर, ये वाली प्लेस तो ट्रेजर की है। ओह ये तरह
So back at the orphanage. Did you ever think we'd be doing crazy shit like this?
No, I can't say I did. Looks like we're heading down. Careful.
आजा।
Right behind you.
That worked out. That is the second biggest cistern I've ever seen.
Wait, where was the biggest?
I'll tell you later. Come on, let's get down there.
Sam, come around this way. Holy shit! All right. You doing okay? Piece of cake.
Wow, what is all this? Sam, check out this diorama.
That looks like a city street. You think they actually built all this stuff?
With these guys, I don't know anymore. It's really well made. Blueprints. Well, brown prints. Sam, look.
Hey, maybe they were planning a massive theme park?
Pirate land.
So anything else?
Lots of supplies in here. Tools, seeds.
Provisions probably past their sell-by date.
Oh, this is a big place. यहाँ पे हम जा सकते हैं.
There we go.
Mechanism's busted or something.
No. One way or another, we're getting in there. Let's just lift it together, all right?
Okay. Okay, let's do this. Oh, come on, this is heavy.
Just think about all that treasure.
Yeah, mostly just thinking about my back. Shit.
Whoa. Well, looks like we got ourselves another trial.
Sure looks like it.
Turn the symbols. Well, the symbols on the spheres don't match the ones in the light.
Let's just finish what we started, huh? Let's just finish what we started, huh? Statues. Pirate captains. There's Bonnie Baldridge, Al Basra. I can't remember that guy's name.
So who was this Al Basra character?
He was a muggle. Soldiers on judgment.
What's he doing teaming up with Avery?
Stories have it he was taken to be executed, but he got freed during the battle and blew up the gun's way to gunpowder cache.
Grateful Avery brought him along?
Exactly.
What about that other guy?
Heard he started as a nobody, and became a fearsome swordsman.
Spinning both symbols at once. you go. Now you just gotta get him into the lights. Got it. Here we go again. Who we got? Let's see. Joseph Farrell, William Mays, Tariq bin Malik, and Christopher Condon. 8 out of 12.
Okay, last.
Hey, look. Symbols on the ring are constantly rotating. Devious. Bin Malik guy. Looks Moorish. Yeah, that he is. What's he doing so far from the Barbary Coast? Same as us. Coming to where the action is. Okay. Gotta track how far off they are when they're in the light.
I think you got it.
And the last of them. Richard Want, Edward England, and Thomas Stewart.
Sam, look, that's where we're going.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only 11 pirates.
We're missing our star pirate.
Uh-huh. It's kind of weird.
Let's see. Okay, where to now?
Shit.
There's your missing Avery statue.
You know, I'm starting to get the feeling that our friend was a bit of a narcissist.
You think?
Yeah. Let's go see what he's got in store for us. Oh, that's a long way down.
Oh, awesome.
So, Nathan, and be honest with me, how does this stack up, you know, compared to your other adventures?
Ask me again when we finish.
That's why there is a line here.
Don't snap, don't snap, don't snap! Didn't snap. Sweet. Boat's down there.
After you, Captain.
Okay. Island with monstrous Avery statue is to the right. I'm so excited, my hands are literally shaking. Yeah, I know the feeling. It's either that or I just, I need another cigarette. Maybe a little bit of both. Looks like he's got a spyglass. He's not really looking through it.
Maybe he wants us to look through it.
Treasure Island, eat your heart out.
Hey, what? Sam.
Oh, no. Well, you do the honors. I insist, come on.
Okay.
Alley-oop!
All right, Captain. What are we looking at? There.
So? Big skull-shaped island, what?
Big island. No skull.
It's gotta be it.
Libertalia. That's optimistic considering everything.
You know, it is just us here. You're allowed to feel just a little bit of excitement over this.
I'll get excited when we get Alcazar's noose off your neck. Come on.
Okay.
What?
I said okay.
No. Your okays are never just okay. It usually means the opposite of okay.
हाँ
Bye.
Hello. I'm back. Oh no. Oh no.
Is that our boy Rafe?
Who the hell else?
Shit.
स्टोरी चल गई.
All right, come on, Nate. I gotta get off this beach.
Sam! Sam, can you hear me?
Shit.
Sam, goddammit! Sam! Sam! Sam, are you there?
Bright side, can't lose anything else. Besides my life. Talking to myself, that's the first sign of crazy. Jesus. Okay. I'm all right. I'm all right. Oh, shit. Just push through. Just push through it. No, no, come on! What the hell with this place? Damn it.
What is this key? Wait a second. Options, keybinds, game hints. What is this?
Keep going, gotta keep going.
भाई ब्लड आ गया भाई। भविष्य भाई आ गए।
हाँ भाई
भाई ऑलमोस्ट एट द एंड।
होने तक का दिखा।
Sam.
दिखा दिखा
लाइव हूँ।
YouTube पे कर प्ले कर।
Gotta get to that creepy mountain.
भाई कहाँ से एट द एंड है?
Just stay put, Sam.
बहुत बची है बीबी।
कितनी?
बहुत भी नहीं, मतलब काफी बची है अभी। अभी तो तू वहां पहुंचा है जहाँ पे तुम्हारी बोट टकराती है, जब गेम स्टार्ट हुई थी जहाँ पे।
हाँ वो तो पता चल गया मेरे को।
मेरा तो बटा आया है तो
भाई तेरे को इतने ज्यादा वो क्यों आ रहे हैं अभी भी?
क्या?
ऊपर लिखा हुआ क्यों आ रहा है
पता नहीं
WASD?
मेरा।
इंस्ट्रक्शंस क्यों आ रहे हैं अभी तक?
नहीं हट
फट ही नहीं रहा है भाई।
बंद करके ऑन कर यार। बंद करके ऑन कर ले भाई।
क्या बंद करके ऑन करूँ?
स्टार्टेड स्ट्रीमिंग 5 hours ago भाई, इतनी मेहनत।
पर भाई मजा आया, वो चेस सीन बड़ा सेक्सी था यार।
वो कार वाला।
हाँ
हाँ भाई,
भाई
वो
मजा
कर
था।
लिया तूने?
हाँ कर
क्या?
लिया।
मैं देख ही नहीं पाया।
अरे, तो आगे तो नहीं आया।
ए बेदा
वे तो घूम के वहीं आ गया मैं। अरे एक चीज़ है जो मेरे को आपसे पूछनी है, बट मैं चाहता नहीं कि मैं स्पॉइल हो जाऊँ।
पूछ, अगर होता होगा तो फिर आप नहीं
बताना
बताऊंगा।
मत, बताना मत। क्या इसका भाई मर जाएगा?
कुछ भी
पूछ रहा हूँ।
नहीं नहीं, ना ना, स्पॉइल वाली बात ही नहीं है, नहीं मरेगा वो भाई। इन्हीं गेम्स में ही तो वो इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ है, इससे पहले गेम्स में था ही नहीं वो कभी।
क्या?
इससे पहले के जो पार्ट्स आए हैं ना, वो इतने स्टोरी ड्रिवन नहीं थे। अनचार्टेड की जो 2 पार्ट्स आए हैं ना शुरू के, वो तो नॉर्मल एक्शन गेम थी। उसके बाद अनचार्टेड 2 के अंदर इन्होंने स्टोरी डाली।
ओह बेटे, नहीं हो नहीं था। इतनी मेहनत कराई, मरी मत।
That's a long way down.
ए दरवाजा बंद कर आयो भाई, पीछे पीछे।
भाई इसके वोकल्स वो कितने अच्छे कर रखे हैं। किसी ने डबिंग ले आओ, जूली भी वीडियो करने बुलायो।
ले
ऐसे कभी कभी तो लगता है अंधा ही है तू।
क्या हो गया? उस साइड में जा नहीं पा रहा ना।
दिख तो रहा है कहाँ से जाना है।
मेरे को नहीं लग रहा।
वो नीचे पत्थर के नीचे वो जो पत्थर लटक रहा है वहां पे तेरे को एक जंप मारनी पड़ेगी लंबी।
यहाँ
क्या बता, यहाँ का क्या मतलब है? बहुत लेट चली थी स्ट्रीम ना,
ज़्यादा डिले है क्या?
बहुत ज्यादा डिले है।
सही बताओ।
हाँ, जब अभी अभी सुनाई दिया मेरे को वो नीचे बोला जो मैंने।
एक सेकंड चेक करता हूँ।
भाई तो स्पाइडरमैन से भी ज्यादा इसकी स्ट्रेंथ है, ग्रिप स्ट्रेंथ।
म्यूट होने का तो फिर फायदा ही नहीं है।
Rafe.
रेफ, मैं इस रेफ से फाइट करना चाहता हूँ।
Damn it.
इसको तो बहुत कुछ हो रहा है।
Watch your back, Sam. That should hold. Let's hope. Whoa. Where to now?
पर इस केव का एनवायरनमेंट सबसे अच्छा लगा मेरे को।
इस वाली केव।
हाँ,
बाकी केव
बहुत सारी केव्स कनेक्टेड है यहाँ पे।
तो आपको केव नहीं, केव बनाने वाले का दिमाग खत्म है।
अरे ये होता है एनवायरनमेंट डिजाइन। प्रियांशु पता नहीं क्या करता है।
यहाँ जो एनवायरनमेंट करता है, एनवायरनमेंट डिजाइन करता है।
भाई करता तो गेम इंजन में है ना।
अरे यहाँ कहाँ जाना है? अच्छा मेरा कुछ
अंदर ही है भाई, केव के अंदर ही है रास्ता।
That's not reassuring.
No quarter for free.
Jesus. Oh. Refreshing. Hello.
अरे कोई एनवायरनमेंट इतने अच्छे लगते हैं ना ये, क्या बताऊं। भाई तू बता, इसमें रेट रेसिंग नहीं है फिर भी कितनी अच्छी दिख रही है गेम, चलती भी अच्छी है।
भाई पजल से वो क्लॉक टावर वाला पजल बहुत है।
अच्छा, क्लॉक टावर वाली फाइट भी कर ली तूने कंप्लीट?
हाँ
भाई वो फाइट कितनी सही थी ना। भाई वो टूटते क्लॉक टावर से भागना। भाई ये गेम खेलने के बाद ना वो उसकी जो मूवी नहीं है टॉम हॉलैंड की, वो खेलने देखने का मन ही नहीं कर रहा भाई मेरा। भाई वो कुछ भी नहीं है
आपने देखी है
इसके सामने। नहीं देखी है मैंने, कैरेक्टर ही नहीं पसंद मेरे को।
You trying to climb up there? In those boots?
ये हमसे बात कर रहा है डायरेक्टली।
भाई ये कैरेक्टर इतना हैंडसम है, वो टॉम हॉलैंड बंदर जैसा दिखता है। भाई तो उसको ले लेते जो बेवॉच में है, जो बेवॉच में नहीं था बंदा है, बेवॉच में था ना एक एक्टर।
Pretty sure you don't need this.
बेवॉच में एक एक्टर था, वो बिल्कुल ऐसे दिखता है।
मैं कब लाता हूँ? जब भी लाता हूँ तब भी दे देता हूँ। ये नानू नानू से पूछो, फोन में लगाया भी नहीं है चार्जिंग में सुबह से ना कल से।
पहले फोन है कि जनरेटर खुद की बिजली बना रहा है क्या तेरा फोन?
Yeah, it's working.
पर अभी क्या? That's working.
Dum dum da da da. Dum 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 da da da. Dum 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 da da da. Dum da da da. Dum dum da da da.
अगर दबाया तो मैंने पकड़ता ही नहीं है। क्या घटिया है। फिर से
नहीं यूट्यूब वीडियो। हाँ काम भी कर रहा हूँ यार।
क्या कह रहा, खेलने नहीं देते, देखने भी नहीं दोगे।
हाँ
वो पकड़ लिया।
कंफर्टेबल एक भी नहीं है ना?
Shit.
Wait, wait. Target. Saw something, maybe. Movement along the tree line.
Big jungle over there, eh? It's all moving. I don't see anything.
All right, everyone. False alarm. But keep an eye out.
मैं जो स्टेल्थ अच्छी नहीं खेलता, अभी तो स्टेल्थ गेम प्ले दिखा दियो पारस। यहाँ पे ना घास में सब के मारना सबको, वरना बहुत बड़ी फाइट हो जाती है। मेरे को तो बहुत गुस्सा आया था।
So which one of them did they spot? The elder brother. He shot a couple of our men and ran off. The other one's alive. Till we find the body, I'm gonna go, yes. How'd they survive that wreck? They keep getting lucky. Well, luck eventually runs out.
What the... What's that? Nothing here.
भाई जब तक उनकी पीठ है तेरी साइड तब तक तो उसके मार सकता है, वो देखेंगे नहीं तेरे को।
मारिया।
पारस
क्या
क्या खेल रहा है ये? यार पकड़ ले पीछे से जाके।
Hang on. Heads up. I have some.
Watch yourself. Nothing over there, eh?
It's gone. Whatever it was.
Wait. No way I imagined that.
जा।
Nothing.
अच्छा
तो वेट क्यों करता है इतना बैठे बैठे?
Shit. What was that?
All right then.
इस पे कूद के मारिए इसको।
Thank you.
सुपरमैन पंच मारता है ये।
देख नहीं रहे क्या गेम प्ले? हमारे भाई ने कुछ तो गेम प्ले दिखा दिया।
लेट चल रहा है ना?
shit.
भाई
Here we go.
सही बात है।
Pack him out. Damn it.
Don't see that coming.
हेल्थ नहीं आ रही, मर गया भाई। ओ एकदम स्टार्टिंग से आ गया। एकदम स्टार्टिंग में
पारस इसमें हेल्प नहीं होती भाई,
समझ गया मैं।
इतना लक होता है। और जितना ज्यादा स्क्रीन डार्क होती जाएगी, रेड और डार्क होती जाएगी ना, उतना कम तेरा लक होता जाएगा और तेरे को एक शॉट लग जाएगा फिर।
अच्छा
हाँ
अगर मैं एक को भी गोली मार देता हूँ तो सब मेरे पीछे पड़ेंगे।
हाँ, हेल्प करना पड़ेगा तेरे को।
हेल्प कर नहीं सकता क्योंकि यहाँ इतने जने एक दूसरे को देख रहे हैं।
अरे उधर उसको ना अभी मत मारना, वहां पे पहुंच जा, हवा में मत मारना ना, पीछे रहना,
अच्छा
घास में रहना, उसको घास में ले जाना।
एक सेकंड है ना, मैं थोड़ा खाना खा लूँ पहले।
एंड गेम के बाद से एवेंजर्स तो यूं ही बदनाम है। असली टाइम डकैत निकले केविन चचा। उन्होंने पूरे के पूरे डूम्सडे और सीक्रेट वॉर्स उठा करके डिले कर दी। आई एम श्योर यू माइट हैव हर्ड ऑफ इट। मेरा पुराना वीडियो देखा होगा तो उसमें भी बात कर ली थी। सबसे पहले एवेंजर्स डूम्सडे और सीक्रेट वॉर्स
ठीक है
नोट डिले हो चुके हैं, पोस्टपोन कर दिए, नहीं कैंसिल नहीं करी हैं, पोस्टपोन कर दी गई हैं। जहां पर पहले डूम्सडे रिलीज होने वाली थी 1 मई 2026 को, तो उसको शिफ्ट कर दिया है 18 दिसंबर 2026, मतलब कुछ महीने आगे। एंड ऐसे ही सेम इसके ठीक एक साल बाद 17 दिसंबर
कॉपीराइट लग जाएगा।
आपको कैसे पता मैं क्या देख रहा हूँ?
वो लंगूर से शक्ल के बंदे को देख रहा है तू।
आपको कैसे पता?
आवाज आ रही है
क्या मेरे माइक से आ रही होगी?
नंबर 2027 को कर दिए सीक्रेट वॉर्स।
फिल्म
अब
पे आ
बाकी सारी चीजें तो ठीक है,
मत मान।
चेक करना पड़ेगा क्या?
ये सीक्रेट वॉर्स। अब बाकी सारी चीजें तो ठीक है,
मत मान।
सही में आवाज आ रही है, इसको मैं ठीक करूँ एक सेकंड। आप चेक करते हैं।
लेकिन ये जो 18 दिसंबर 2026 की डेट है, ये डूम्सडे को सीधे क्लैश करवा देती है ड्यून मसीहा के साथ में। I mean, दोनों में से किसी एक पिक्चर को तो आगे पीछे होना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो IMAX का क्या होगा। और इस पूरी चीज पे मैं बस लेकिन ये जो 18 दिसंबर 2026 की डेट है,
आ रही है
मेरे को तो नहीं आ रही।
मेरे को आ रही है। अच्छा इसके उधर से आ रही है, समझ गया मैं।
इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि व्हाट डिड यू एक्सपेक्ट क्लैश करवा रही है अगर ये। लेकिन ये जो 18 दिसंबर 2026 की डेट है,
आ रही है। रुक जा मैं थोड़ा चावल और ले लूंगा।
मेरे को तो नहीं आ रही।
कोई नहीं डाल, आ रही है। अच्छा इसके उधर से आ रही है। और अपनी प्लेट मांग कर ठीक है, समझ गया मैं।
नहीं
अच्छा,
करना
मैं तो
चाहूंगा
जैसे
कि
ऑफ कर
come
रखा
on,
था।
what did you expect? क्लैश
आ
करवा
रही है, आ रही है।
अगर ये लेकिन ये जो 18 दिसंबर 2026 का डेट है
बर्तन लोगे रखने रुक जा मैं थोड़े चावल और ले लूँगा
मेरे को तो नहीं आ रही।
कोई नहीं डाल आ रही है अच्छा भाई आ रही है भाई क्या करूँ मैं इसका
उसके बाद शूट करवाना शुरू करे तो वो समझ में आता है, लेकिन डूम्सडे जैसी पिक्चर जिसका स्केल इतना ज्यादा बड़ा
इसकी वजह से आ रही है क्या करूँ मैं इसका
उसके बाद शूट करवाना शुरू करे तो वो समझ में आता है, लेकिन डूम्सडे जैसी पिक्चर जिसका स्केल इतना ज्यादा बड़ा
भाई अभी भी आ रही है भाई एक काम करते हैं ना मैं